and sustained flight. We will go to Derek for the answer. Hey, Derek.
Hey, good morning, you guys rock.
Thank you so much, Derek. All right, what's the only mammal truly capable of true and sustained flight?
Is it a bat?
It's a bat. You got it. All right, hang on, Derek. You got yourself a certificate for a free float from Halcyon Floats, and it's a $79 value. You can give Mom the ultimate gift of relaxation with MMR's big freaking deal this week only. You can get a 90-minute float at Halcyon Floats for just $35, and you can help Mom float her stress and pains away. Available now at WMMR.com. You got to hurry up because it ends on Sunday. All right, we're going to start with a very weird story, man. Amanda Bynes posted to her Instagram stories early Thursday morning saying that her fiance, Paul Michael, was watching, quote, mom and son porn, and that she found a stash of his crack cocaine. Okay. But, Kathy...
Okay, so one more. We have audio of both these, by the way, Preston.
So she said, Paul told me he stopped taking his medications. I look at his phone, and he was looking up mom and son porn. He vandalized his mom's home. He broke all of her pictures and put salmon under her bed.
So
his behavior is alarming, and I'm afraid of what he'll do. So let's play some of that audio. We have two clips.
Yeah.
Here's the first one.
Paul told me that he stopped taking his medications. I looked at his phone, and he was looking at mom and son porn. He vandalized his mom's home. He broke all of her pictures and put salmon under her bed. His behavior is alarming, and I'm afraid of what he'll do. I forgot to mention, I found Paul's stash of crack cocaine.
Okay.
He's been using for the past 6 months. He needs serious help. I kicked him out of my house.
Two things. She has some sort of affectation to her delivery.
It sounds like she's reading.
Do you do that for the salmon fairy?
Maybe. Okay. Yeah, maybe it was the salmon fairy. Kathy, she took it all back. She said it was...
well, that's what I was wondering.
She's got mental
ill. Yeah,
problems.
she's mentally ill.
So there's something, and part of that speech patterning thing, Steve, I think that's it.
It's like that.
It's all.
Lord puts a salmon under her bed.
I think it's all part of her mental illness.
I think so as well.
To be honest. So she also alleged that he had relapsed, and you can hear that in the clip. What's the other clip?
So she recants that and says, yes.
All right, let me read a little bit more. So Michael had posted a since deleted video to his own Instagram account saying he doesn't know, quote, what the F she's talking about.
Right.
Wow.
TMZ reported that he called the police around 2:30 a.m. Thursday after she posted the video because essentially he was worried about what was going on.
About her.
Yeah, so here is her retracting the whole thing.
Correction. Paul looked up MILFs.
Oh, my God.
Moms and sons just popped up. Also, I went to CVS, bought a drug test. Paul tested clean. Paul's clean. Also, I had something in my teeth in the last video.
I had what?
Something in my teeth.
In the last video.
Oh,
I had something in my teeth in the last video.
Oh,
wow.
and it was flounder. It was not salmon.
In a statement released to E! News, Bynes said, I thought Paul relapsed, but I was wrong. Paul and I are staying together. I am so sorry for the confusion that I caused.
Oh, my God.
All this comes a month after her conservatorship was terminated in March. So, man, I feel so sad for this gal.
It's not her fault.
Yeah.
I mean, now, mind you, if there's a medication that she's supposed to be staying on it and goes off it, then that is. Yeah. But ultimately, I'd love to see things work out for her. I'd love to see things work out in this relationship. And hopefully that will happen.
She was such a great talent. I mean, such a natural comedic talent.
Oh, my God. She was great.
And
they were calling her a young Carol Burnett.
Yeah. So it's too bad. Hopefully she'll get some help. All right, on to the drama in the courtroom that we've been covering for a little while. On Thursday, Terrence Doherty, the general counsel for the ACLU, testified in Johnny Depp's defamation trial against Amber Heard. Heard pledged to donate half of the $7 million she received from her divorce settlement with Depp to the organization, but it appears the Aquaman actress has not paid this pledge in full. In a video deposition, Doherty said that the organization has received $1.3 million of the $3 million that was pledged. The organization also believes that $500,000 of what was donated in Heard's name came from Elon Musk, whom Heard had dated after she and Depp split up. Heard's donations stopped after 2018 when Doherty said the organization found out that she, quote, was having financial difficulties.
Yeah, she's what we call an engine giver.
According to Variety, the ACLU was also involved in helping Heard with conceiving, drafting, and placing the op-ed piece that she wrote for the Washington Post about surviving domestic violence. Doherty testified the op-ed was timed around the release of Aquaman.
Well,
he said, from the ACLU's perspective, Amber is about to receive an incredible amount of press and be in the public eye. So what better time would it be than now to put out this op-ed so that it generates significant readership about our issues?
According to Deb, that is the flashpoint of all this. Everything, that op-ed.
And Deadline reports that Heard is set to testify as the first defense witness next week. She could take the stand as early as Monday. So that's when we're going to hear kind of the other side of things, or it could get really ugly.
I can't wait. Kathy, is your cousin, you said?
Yeah, she had to go back to work this week. So
no.
she's still following, but she's not able to sit and watch it live.
Now, there's more. Amber apparently took responsibility for the poop in her shared bed with Johnny Depp the night after an explosive fight. One of Depp's security guards had testified in court, adding that she called it, quote, a horrible practical joke. Okay. Starling Jenkins, a member of Depp's security team, testified about the feces. Jenkins testified about the time surrounding Heard's 30th birthday dinner, April 12, 2016. Depp testified earlier in the trial that he was late to the party in the couple's shared Los Angeles penthouse apartment because he was having an in-depth conversation with his business manager about the unexpectedly disastrous state of his finances. He alleged that after the dinner, Heard berated and hit him. Depp left Heard in the apartment while he went to his house in the Hollywood Hills. The next morning, after Heard left on a scheduled trip to Coachella, a housekeeper found fecal matter on Depp's side of the couple's shared bed. Jenkins testified about accompanying Heard on the Coachella trip. Before he, Heard, her sister, and a friend of hers left for the music festival, Jenkins fetched Heard's luggage and 2 dogs. He later had, quote, a conversation pertaining to the surprise she left in the boss's bed. He testified, in fact, he referred to it as the defecation. Heard described it as a horrible practical joke gone wrong. Depp testified earlier in the trial that he didn't speak with Heard until more than a month later following his mother's death. He said that Heard blamed the poop on her 2 dogs. An explanation Depp said that he found unpersuasive since they were teacup Yorkies that he estimated weighed about 4 pounds each. And he said, quote, I lived with those dogs. I picked up their funk. It was not the dogs.
Much smaller.
Yep.
Yeah. So, wow. That's why Amber Turd was trending yesterday on Twitter. Did you see that?
So she had apparently admitted it to the security guard, and he had testified in that. So,
all right.
I mean, she's going to have to answer to that on the stand.
That's it.
She's going to have to.
Is this indeed the turd, Miss Heard?
What do you guys think?
I think she did it.
I think she did it too. And I also think that there's something psychologically big time wrong with that.
Oh, yeah. Well, they had the psychologist or somebody on I forget. It was a hire. Depp's team hired this woman, but she said that Amber Heard's dealing with a whole bunch of things. Now, as we said yesterday, do you just naturally sort of dismiss that because it's a hired gun for his side of the case? I don't know.
I don't know. But
I think ultimately you are dealing with 2 very effed up people who should not be together.
There you go.
And move on.
And they should have handled this better.
Yeah.
They should have when it started getting when it started getting weird.
Yeah.
They should have just said, "What are we doing?
Let's go.
This is stupid."
Listen,
and bailed. But
you're a lunatic. I'm a lunatic.
Yeah.
Let's call the whole thing off.
Let's not crap in the bed to make the other one mad.
All right. The judge in the Blac Chyna defamation trial has rejected her request to redo her testimony. Chyna's attorney.
I had more lies I wanted to say.
Wait, you can redo your testimony?
I want to do that over.
Hold on.
I
forgot a lie.
Take that all back. I want to go again.
Steve, I think the judge said it in the ruling, you can't triple stamp the double
right, Lloyd.
So that's how they rule it. And that's what this sounds like. Do-overs.
Do-over.
Yeah.
Then they sang Mockingbird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she deleted her Instagram.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? She was doing so good in court.
Well, and the weird thing, Steve, is like she was posting Instagram stories during this whole trial. Like they would come up like while they were on, while she was on the stand and stuff. So I'm sure they were scheduled or whatever. But whenever Preston goes to the hot off the press Blac Chyna story, I try to look up and see if she's posted anything new on Instagram. And it looks like her account doesn't exist.
Well,
right
the
now.
only sane voice in this whole thing is Tokyo Tony.
Oh, so, yeah. Is that the mom?
That's the mom.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know if you were kidding or not, honestly. That's a real person in this whole thing.
That's her mother.
Okay.
So how did we end up with Blac Chyna? Tokyo Tony.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. China's attorney, Lin Xiani, argued that Chyna was, quote, triggered by the Kardashians' lawyer during her cross-examination last week after he showed her a binder that contained nude photos of herself, which Rob Kardashian had previously linked online.
Imagine the attitude of her attorney. Yeah, she's innocent.
Xiani argued that this left Chyna unable to adequately answer questions. Despite Chyna being visibly shaken and needing to take a break after seeing the photos, Judge Gregory Alicorn did not grant her the ability to redo her testimony. He claimed that the 11-hour testimony she already provided should have been enough to raise issues and concerns. Now, closing arguments also took place yesterday in the defamation trial. In Lin Xiani's closing argument, she accused the Kardashian-Jenner family of, quote, gaslighting the jury. She said, let's forget that this is a famous family. For a person to claim that his fiancée struck him with a metal pole, but there were no marks in his body, no phone calls to police, not even a Band-Aid, that person is not credible, she said.
I submit to you.
And she added, there is no reason that Chyna should not still be on TV except for what this family did to her.
Oh, there's a plethora of reasons why she shouldn't be on TV. She's horrible.
Meanwhile, Michael Rhodes said in his closing argument that Chyna thought that Rob and Chyna was just about her. He said it was about both of them, and it was a bad relationship. It's not necessarily Mr. Kardashian's fault or Ms. White's, which would be Chyna.
Yeah.
For some reason, they didn't work, and there was a point where it became grim, dark, and heavy. So more on that.
The good news, her Instagram is still around.
Oh,
I was wrong.
Thank God.
Yes,
Wow.
but it's still there,
okay.
thankfully.
Okay. How about this? Let's stay in that sphere for a moment.
In the legal sphere.
No, in the Jenner sphere.
In the Jenner sphere.
So,
Welcome to the Jenner sphere.
It's the Jenner sphere. I designed it to travel through space. Life aboard the Jenner sphere is kind of interesting. I have a hydroponic garden, and I'm using dilithium crystals.
Oh. All right.
Captain, there's an asteroid off of our starboard bow.
Load phasers. Well done. Number one, bring me some Earl Grey.
According to in the Jenner sphere, according to E! News, listen to this. Kris Jenner shared the latest episode of on the Kardashians that Travis Barker visited her late ex-husband's grave before proposing to Kourtney Kardashian. Jenner told Kim he asked for her hand in marriage. At the grave, he went and did this. And she said, I was like, literally, I want to cry now. It was so sweet and so tender. Oh, dude, he crawls up out of the grave.
Dear God. Oh, my God.
I didn't know!
He summoned the dead.
I was just doing it to look really nice in front of the mother.
You summoned the dead.
Why did I do that? It starts a zombie apocalypse. That's what it began.
I was just doing something cute.
This is so much for 7 a.m. It's not even 7 a.m. Like, some people are just waking up.
I know. So. Oh my God.
A little scared.
You should be.
Oh my God.
And then the Jenner sphere comes in and lands and starts blasting all the aliens away.
And fire.
Saves the day. Dude, we are writing Hollywood gold right here.
Is that what we're doing?
That's what we're doing. Are you kidding me?
Now that the Blac Chyna spot is available.
Checking.
We have zombies. We have a Kardashian zombie.
Space.
There's a zombie apocalypse only to be rescued by Caitlyn Jenner, who flies in on the Jennosphere. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So she said it was so sweet and so tender. And then he said he went to your dad's grave and asked your dad for permission, and I just lost it. She said.
We all lost it.
Wow. Okay. On to something heavier, okay, for just a moment here. This is really weird, and I had to look this person up because I had no idea who Zara Pythian is. She was an actress in Doctor Strange. I don't think she had any speaking roles.
Oh, yes. I looked her up I know the story you're going into, and I looked her up. I didn't recognize her.
Yeah, she's one of the evil people that's with Mads Mikkelsen's character.
Right, yeah.
Who's trying to, summon Normandu or whatever they're doing. Well, anyhow, she's like she's a badass action gal.
Yeah.
She's like a martial artist and all that stuff. So anyhow, People reports that she and her husband, a guy named Victor Mark, are facing a combined 16 charges of sexual abuse on 2 teenagers.
Ew.
One whom alleges that Pythian and Mark sexually abused her between the ages of 13 and 15, starting in 2005. And she said, I knew it was wrong, but I just didn't know how to get out of the situation or say anything. She looked up to Pythian, who was a martial arts instructor at the time, as was Mark. Another woman alleged that Mark sexually abused her from 2002 to 2003, starting when she was 15. Now, these are just allegations at this point, but it'll be something to keep an eye on because that is that's really messed up. A husband and wife.
Yes.
Doing something like that. So, anyhow, just wanted to pass that along. All right, this is nicer. Entertainment Tonight reports that Buffy the Vampire Slayer star Sarah Michelle Gellar is beyond flattered that she was Billie Eilish's childhood crush.
Oh, cool.
On Wednesday, Gellar shared a screenshot of herself from a recent Q&A that Eilish did, and she captioned the post, writing, "I'm dead. That's all. I'm not a child anymore, but I totally have a crush on Billie Eilish. Okay, now that's really all." So
I loved Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, you were
series.
a big fan of that.
Huge fan, and again, I keep talking about, Preston, when you love something and they came out with a pretty solid video game. That was basically you were in this world, and I love that as well. It was one of my deep. I was such a prophet for this show, but I know a lot of hardcore fans.
Yep. So Billie Eilish is one of them.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll go with this, and then we'll move on to some other things. James Corden is starting the process of saying goodbye. The talk show host opened up about his decision to depart the Late Late Show in a monologue. We have a clip we're going to play here, which was released ahead of Thursday night's episode. The English comedian began by telling his audience that he signed a new contract to carry on hosting the show for the next year. We have that case?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I'm happy to announce today that I've signed a new contract to carry on. Hang on. I appreciate it. That's really only half the story on this one. The other half is, the sadder news is I've decided to sign for one more year on the show, and that this will be my last year hosting the Late Late Show.
Aw.
Don't you dare.
He goes on to say, we're not leaving today. They have still a year to go.
They'll do the slow fade, the Ellen system.
And then here's another clip of him.
When I started this journey, it was always going to be just that. It was going to be a journey, an adventure. I never saw it as my final destination, and I never want this show to overstay its welcome in any way. I always want to love making it. And I really think in a year from now, that'll be a good time to move on and see what else might be out there.
He's a live stage guy. He can do it all. He's like a Nathan Lane kind of level. So I don't, especially no matter what kind of show you put on in that time slot, it's a smaller audience. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of like the carpool karaoke and all that stuff that's passed.
So he began hosting in 2015 after taking over for Craig Ferguson. And Craig didn't do any of that type of stuff.
No, Craig was a regular, panel show.
Interviewer, and he was great, too. So, a lot of different things can work in that time slot.
I wonder if they'll go. It's not like Craig Ferguson was an abysmal failure at that time slot.
Right. So, you had mentioned carpool karaoke, Spill Your Guts, crosswalk musical, all these things, lots of celebrity guests. He was known for all of that. But following his announcement, Corden's fellow late-night star, Stephen Colbert, gave his comrade a sweet send-off on Twitter while joking about his next on-screen job. He said, "Congratulations, James, on what will be 8 incredible years at CBS. 12:30 won't be the same without you. But looking forward to your exciting adventures as the new Doctor Who," he wrote. So,
actually, he'd be a good choice.
Yeah. All right. One last thing. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but Margot Robbie is, of course, going to be Barbie in the movie, and they have a little advanced glimpse of the upcoming flick in a first image for the 2023 release. Posted on social media, the Australian actress sports a big, sparkly smile as she grips the wheel of the shocking pink Chevrolet Corvette that she's sitting in.
I remember how coveted that car was, that Barbie car when it first came out.
Fans of the classic doll will be interested to see the Hollywood studio's interpretation and, of course, Barbie's wardrobe. In the first look, Robbie wears a blue and white striped halter neck top, complemented with a polka dot headband and chunky bead bracelet. Her blonde hair sits below the shoulder in relaxed waves.
So the question is this going to be like a parody of, is it going to be an extension of what they did in Toy Story?
Right.
With, or is it going to be more, I don't know, how would you even do a real approach to
you know
this?
who one of the writers is? Noah Baumbach. So, and he's done like some pretty serious, eclectic, weird stuff. He did Marriage Story, Squid and the Whale. Like,
right.
He's a I would not put him as the screenwriter for the Barbie movie.
Right.
I hope it's good.
But yeah, I'm sure, Steve, that they're going to bring a kind of a different element to it that'll make it interesting.
The obvious is like a satire. You know, something like that.
Yeah.
Ryan Gosling will be Ken, and it will also feature the likes of Will Ferrell and America Ferrara. So if you want to get a peek at it, you can find
Daniel Day-Lewis as Bill the Butcher.
Pictures of her. All right, Friday, that means movies are opening this weekend. We'll tell you what they're all about. Opening this weekend are Memory, action mystery starring Liam Neeson in his 12th to last action movie ever. Guy Pearce, Monica Bellucci as well. Alex Lewis is an expert assassin with a reputation for discreet precision. Caught in a moral quagmire, Alex refuses to complete a job that violates his code and must quickly hunt down and kill the people who hired him before they and FBI agent Vincent Serra find him first. Hour and 54 minutes long. It's rated R. Wide theater release today. Rotten Tomatoes gives it 25%. All right. Hatching is another film that is opening. It's the only other one we have on the list, I believe. And it is a horror film. Stars Tina, or Tinha?
Yeah, it's a Finnish movie. I'm not sure, yeah.
Sofia Hakaila and Jani Valianen. A 12-year-old gymnast. Tina is desperate to please her image-obsessed mother, whose popular blog, Lovely Everyday Life, presents her family's idyllic existence as manicured suburban perfection. And one day, after finding a wounded bird in the woods, Tina brings the strange egg home, nestles it in her bed, and nurtures it until it hatches. The creature that emerges becomes her closest friend and living nightmare, plunging Tina beneath the impeccable veneer into twisted reality that her mother refuses to see. Wow. All right, that sounds interesting. Yeah. Hour and 27 minutes long, rated R, limited theater release today, streaming May 17th. Rotten Tomatoes gives it 91%.
Yeah, they're raving on this movie, so I definitely want to see it.
Wow, okay. And we are now ready for clips. Julia Garner's career has been on a tear, which has given her the opportunity to work with loads of great actors. And in this clip, she explains the specific qualities that she appreciates about the cast of Ozark. Here we go.
Since I started working, I've worked with amazing people, and I feel so lucky. And nice people. You know, it's beyond just working with people that are, you know, amazing at their job or what, you know, because they could be really mean.
Hey, who's a stripper?
The second part of Ozark Season 4 can be streamed on Netflix. Here's our next clip. Prime Video's rotoscope animated sci-fi series Undone is back for another season. In this clip, voice actor Constance Marie explains the valuable life lesson that the viewers can take away from the show. Here we go.
The gift of this show is that it teaches you that people aren't just who they are on the surface. They really, each of us has our own damaged, rich, loving history that makes us who we are. So if we're just more compassionate towards each other, I think that is a wonderful way to look.
Yeah, big whoop, no one cares.
Undone is streaming on Prime Video, by the way.
She, as we're looking at the trailer, I think she's the actress in Alita.
Alita?
Yeah.
Battle Angel.
Battle Angel?
Is that
Okay.
the same girl? Okay.
Yes, she kind of looks the
She was
same.
on, Nick pulled up her IMDb. She was on George Lopez's show.
Yeah.
And I
Was she in Alita, Nick?
When did that come out, Steve?
About 4 years ago.
You might be right. I don't see it on here, but that doesn't mean you're wrong.
All right.
beautiful woman.
Yeah.
She has very soulful eyes.
She was in
Tortilla Soup.
Yeah, Selena as well.
Great movie. All right. Anyhow, there you go. That's our entertainment report for this morning. Hey, a reminder, we're going to do something cool with Keenan's approaching. It's going to be on the 27th of May. So when you hear a clip that we will play from a moment at one of our Keenan's live broadcasts, be the 27th caller, and you will win a 4-pack of passes to Cut the Line. You won't have to wait in the line, which there's always a big line early in the morning, and you'll get your own table. VIP area. We'll give you a bucket of Coors Light. You'll get a case of Coors Light to take for your beach house, and you will be good to go. We're going to give away, I believe, 4 of these total leading up between now and when we do the live broadcast.
To bypass the line to get your own area that you have control of, that is a massive win.
So listen for the clip. You'll know it when you hear it. It could happen at any time during the show. Be the 27th caller after you hear that, and then you will get the goods.
Oh, so Steve, I did a little investigation. Constance Marie was not the girl you were looking at when we were watching the trailer of Undone in here.
Yes.
The girl you were actually looking at is Rose Salazar, who is also in Undone and is Alita in Alita Battle.
That's a win for everyone.
Yes.
There you go.
A win for you is a win for us.
And you may win those Keenan's Cut the Line passes, so get ready for that. It's happening at some point. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Kevin Smith's going to be on the show later on. We got more coming up, too. Stay put.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3.
I'm sure you heard about this, but it's a big announcement. Princess Kate and Prince William are expecting their third child together. It is official. Kensington Palace confirmed on Monday that they are already, of course, they are already the parents to Prince George IV, and who is 4. I'm sorry, not the 4th. Prince George is 4.
How did you pull that one off?
And Princess Charlotte, who
I
is
ricocheted off the ceiling.
Who is 2. The Royal Highness, here's the official announcement from Kensington Palace. It said, Their Royal Highness, says, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are very pleased to announce that the Duchess of Cambridge is expecting their third child.
Harry IV.
The Queen and
of
member
England
of
and
both
members of Parliament, in conjunction with the Benny Hill estate.
They got
of both families are delighted with the news.
What?
Ringo and Betty Hill. Step it up.
Fish and chips, fox hunts,
Tallywhacker.
Tallywhacker.
So Kate is again facing an acute form of morning sickness. Sometimes she had grappled with during her first 2 pregnancies.
It's completely debilitating. Do they have the name of it there? It's
It's called hypermesis gravidarum.
Right. So she's her level of nausea and everything is off the charts.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah.
But she had it with each kid.
Yeah, exactly. So she actually canceled an appearance Monday morning due to the illness. And they had said that in a statement as with her previous 2 pregnancies, the Duchess is suffering from hypermesis gravidarum. Her Royal Highness will no longer carry out her planned engagement at the Hornsey Road Children's Centre in London today. The 35-year-old royal is expected less than 3 months, less than 3 months pregnant. And they only went public with the information because of how sick she is.
Are you okay in there, sweetheart? Would you like some milk of magnesia?
The prince recently discussed Kate's parents.
Seems to be in a bad way.
The prince recently discussed Kate's parenting skills in glowing terms and admitted that there are good days and bad days for every parent. He had said, as the other parents in the room will testify, there's wonderful highs and there's wonderful lows. It's been quite a change for me personally. I'm very lucky in the support I have from Catherine. She's an amazing... She's an amazing mother and a fantastic wife. Love between a man and a woman is a beautiful thing.
Especially if it's on video.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't you agree?
Yeah. I'd have to agree with you on that. And as wonderful as expressing that love through human touch and getting it on.
Right.
I'm being nice because Bill's here this morning.
I know.
All right. This is about sex.
Yeah.
The withdrawal method.
Okay, where you go to the bank and you take everything out in one shot.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
No, also known as the pull-out method.
Yeah.
Is being used by twice as many men as a decade earlier. Is a form of birth control.
Yeah, it is the most. It is a risky proposition.
Oh yeah,
and,
absolutely.
That's I don't know. That's not good news.
Listen to this. While 10% of unmarried men between the ages of 15 and 44 used this form of birth control in 2002, that number jumped to 19% in 2015, according to the Center for Disease Control. Yeah, but the use of condoms is on the rise, but still only a third of men wear them.
In my condom days, my brand, purchasable at the local mobile station, Bareback.
Bareback?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Wow. I was a Trojan guy. I went with the most popular product.
Trojan brand.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Do they still have the machines in men's bathrooms? I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah. Well, the dispensers you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I on the weekends I work as a lot lizard.
It's good to know that those are there.
Yeah. You sure you're a woman? Yeah.
I have on rare occasions seen them before, Case.
That's where I saw them for the first time as a child. There was a bar across the street from our swim club.
Go buy Daddy some condoms.
And no, but I didn't know what condoms were. I just knew that they had a machine there.
Yep.
And so I went over there. I bought some out of there. I bought a French tickler and a regular one.
I was going to ask if they had French ticklers or not. Yeah.
And then I brought it back to the pool and I inflated them like they were balloons.
Of course.
And there was like an adult who was like, dude, what are you doing? I'm like,
What is that?
Give me a little
Want to have a pool party? I've been waiting for you. This is a dream come true.
According to Planned Parenthood, about 27 of 100 women will get pregnant with her partner when her partner uses the withdrawal as control. Comparatively, only about 9 out of every 100 women on a contraceptive pill will become pregnant in a year.
Have you ever seen just one fireman on a hose? That's kind of what I'm like. So with the whole withdrawal thing, like I have no control.
Okay.
Yeah.
You probably took it one level into the uncomfortable Bill area.
Yeah.
About exactly how you discharge.
Dude. Okay. We're going to move along now to something else.
So we do support our local firefighters.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. But we had 4 listeners come in. We had Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, because we have been talking about the movie It, which is opening on Friday. I'm going to go see it on Saturday. I already got my tickets. I'm ready.
I'm seeing it Friday.
All right. So what we did is we took these 4 listeners, Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, and we put them in another room with Dr. Steven Rosenberg, Philadelphia's #1 hypnotist, the Thor of hypnosis.
The Thor. He's been referred to quite often as the Thor of hypnosis.
But I want to, it's going to take a minute, but they're in the other room. I want to bring our listeners in.
Aren't you?
And we're going to have them meet some people.
Meet some people. Aren't you pulling for them?
Yeah. I think it would be awesome.
It'd be so cool.
Yeah, if they were able to get past their fears. But we are going to set the stage here. They're making their way in now. There's Kat, and here
Mel looks
comes
scared.
Mel. Mel doesn't look happy. And you have Victoria. She was the most scared. And Frank is wearing his glasses. He's got a vision issue, so we can't quite read him from his eyes. So why don't you guys come on over to the microphones over here. And first of all, let's see how you're feeling. Kat, you were the first one in. How you feeling after that session with Dr. Rosenberg?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay.
I'm more relaxed, more
All right.
calm.
Good.
Yeah. It was definitely calming. And
Okay.
But now what you may learn is that from now on you're going to smoke. No.
Yeah, that's they replace your
the one trade-off. Yeah.
Mel,
replace your clown fear with the desire to smoke.
Mel, you looked really nervous when you walked in here. Is it the fact that we have the room decorated with balloons and circus fair? Does that bother you at all?
Yeah. Actually, it's bothered me quite a bit.
Oh, really?
I was really relaxed until I saw the balloons and the big tent behind me.
Then let's go to Victoria. Hello there, Victoria. How you doing?
Shaking.
Okay.
All right, and then last, let's talk to Frank. How do you feel? What did you think of the session? Did it resonate with you at all?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. Well, what would you just? So you just don't like clowns?
Correct.
We have some clowns here. Okay,
right.
And what we're not gonna have people screaming and yelling and running in and going crazy or anything like that.
No.
We just wanted to get your initial reaction when we bring a clown into the studio. Mel is already, you look like you've gone into, you're staring off into the distance.
This should be fun.
Mel?
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, I'll be good.
Mel's crying, guys.
Yeah, I don't think
Mel.
we should ever.
Mel, do you want to take a seat, Mel? Are you good? Okay, all right.
All right, so this is a heavy metal version of Send in the Clowns. We're bringing in our first clown. This is Cheeks, by the way.
Cheeks is a female clown.
Yeah, so Cheeks is coming. Cheeks, just stay over by Nick. Don't get any closer.
Mel, how you look? Cheeks is fairly pleasant, right?
Yeah, Cheeks is good.
Okay,
Cheeks is good.
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
What?
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
My other past instances have kind of been fight or flight, so I've just run.
Okay. All right.
Well,
So
you're
this
doing
is
great.
This is good. This is
Doing
good.
well.
Kat, you're not looking at her.
No, she's not looking at all.
I don't like the black lipstick. It's
The black lipstick.
yeah.
Victoria is not looking at her either. She's just to her left.
And you're doing okay.
You should feel my pulse because my pulse isn't doing okay.
Okay, but
Can you look at? Can you look at her?
No, I'm good.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
You don't want to look at her? Because, okay, so we've gone to, this was the easiest level, by the way. We're going to bring it up just a notch. Let's bring in Grin next, please.
Grin.
Connor, let Grin come into the studio. Now, be nice, Grin. Come on in. All right, here. Oh, my God.
Hey, here's Grin.
He's horrible. Victoria's crying now.
Victoria, you crying?
She is.
Yeah,
too.
she is. Okay.
Frank, how you doing?
If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have enough money for bail, I'm okay.
It's wild that his reaction is to attack.
Attack.
I can see that, though.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to bring in our last clown, and we'll do this quickly, and then we'll get them out of here because I think it's getting to be too much.
Yeah,
for these
and get
guys.
the
So
assessment. All right,
let's
other
bring
clowns, step
Carnage.
back.
Let's bring Carnage in. Carnage is he's the head honcho, and he is not only is he wearing the bib overalls, but he also has a chicken hanging around his neck, which he was squeaking. And Carnage, come on over to the microphone. How you doing, man?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good. It's good to see you as always, sir. It's kind of tough to miss these guys when they
No,
show
they're
up.
awesome. And they're, believe it or not, at the camp out a lot of times, kids will come up to them because they think they're so cool. So you guys hearing them speak in normal voices, does that make a difference?
Yeah, no, I'd say definitely hearing them talk is one thing, and just physically seeing them and hearing like sound effects is another. So that horn like triggered me.
Oh my God, Carnage is leaning in towards her.
She is.
Oh, he's handing her a bloody rag. That's probably not a good idea.
All right.
And then, Kat, how are you doing now?
Yeah, seeing them just walk in was it made your heart race and stomach drop. And then when they start talking, it's all right.
Okay, all right. I think we're making strides
I think
here.
so.
Does
Casey,
anybody want to hug them?
Go ahead. A clown?
Yes.
Mel is saying no.
Don't let
Frank
Frank
say
do
no.
it.
Kat, would you be open to a hug from one of these clowns?
I'll hug a clown.
We're breaking down barriers here. All right, Kat. No, let's not have them.
No,
come
no, no.
over.
You come over.
You go to the clowns. All right,
There we go.
so we're gonna a group hug. Look at this!
Wow!
Get a picture of this. This is wonderful.
It worked.
That was special. Victoria.
Okay.
All right, Victoria's gonna do it. All right, Victoria. Mel, you don't have to. Don't worry.
No, Mel, you're fine.
All right, so Victoria's getting in. She's actually smiling. And she's closing her eyes at the same time. So we're going to get a really good picture for you. Let me ask Mel, would you like to do it or no?
Sure.
All right, she's diving in. She's going to do it.
We're making friends.
We're making friends. This is a beautiful thing.
Mel, look at Mel's face. You're
on,
doing
Mel.
a great job.
Oh, yes, that was huge. All right, Frank, we're not even going to ask.
Yeah.
Unless you want to volunteer that. Yeah, you probably don't, do you?
No.
Okay, he doesn't.
All right.
Oh, my
Is this
God.
real?
Are you really doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's
Very good.
Awesome. I love that. Let's hear it for Mel and Frank and Kat and Victoria. They did wonderful. Fear of Clowns. Getting over it right here on the Preston and Steve Show. Yes, we have from the band Fozzy. Let's give some love, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Jericho. Yeah.
Yeah, I walked in. There's a whole studio audience here, a live studio audience.
Yeah.
This
And
is great.
And a lot of people were excited and came in here very specifically just to say hi and see this interview in person.
Well, it's great, and thanks for having me on. You must be like, first I'm on the phone, then I'm here in person. I appreciate all the Jericho love. I'll tell you that right now.
Coming over to the house next.
Yeah, I got an app next week. There's a hologram. They're going to tour. There's the Jericho hologram and the Dio hologram are going on tour next month.
Hey, you got to milk all the milk out of that
every way you can. Squeeze the crap out of every drop.
Every teat.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you first how impressed I am with the album. I took it home the other day. I listened to it on the way home. And wasn't sure what to expect. I had heard Judas because we've been playing it, and I definitely like the song. And what did I come back and tell you guys?
It's solid. This
I
is
said
real
this
deal.
wooden gadzooks. This thing is so cool.
Yeah.
And where were you? Who is she? What do you have the information, Kathy?
I sure do somewhere.
You can't find it? Okay, so
no, I do. I have
it's about 2.5 feet long. It is it's got a black background and it's yellow gadzooks with some of the coolest font I've ever seen.
Like a really cool comic book font.
And it really pops because it's not just it's three-dimensional. These letters pop out. And this would qualify for Preston and Steve Sharts and Crafts, which if you send us your little crafty things, I have a little display that I'm starting to amass and put together in my office or my area of the office. And but I think this is too big and too cool. I want to put this somewhere prominent in our studios.
I think Sharts and Crafts, the museum, might have to move out into the Acme green room.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
maybe we could do that.
'Cause that's our green room.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool sign. I did find her information. So it is Skyline Laser Company. She does laser cut signage. She'll do, your business logo. She'll do things like this. She has really cool pre-made signs as well. But I looked at her stuff, and I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah.
I want to know, Sad Bro.
I'm impressed. I want all kinds of stuff. Yeah. So.
Yeah, the stuff that she had. So I met her at Mainline today, Ladies Night Out. They had an event in Newtown Square, and I looked. She had a table there, and I looked through all of her stuff, and it really is cool.
So we have a nickname for our backyard, right? Because I've a swimming pool, and so we wanted let's give it a name, just like a resort name. So we call it Mondo Falls.
Oh, you got to get.
I need a sign,
you need
right?
a sign that
I'm
says
gonna have to.
Mondo Falls.
I'm gonna reach out to her and see if I can commission that. Maybe.
Here's what we need to do, though, Preston. The size of that Gadzook sign.
Yeah.
We should all have our names on chains around our necks and wear it.
All right.
Something that size.
Like that.
Like Flava Flav.
And you are?
I love that.
Steve.
It says it right here.
Wow. Okay.
So she just real quick, she's SkylineLaserCo.com. She's also Skyline Laser on Facebook and Instagram, and then she has an Etsy account if you want to look her up. Skyline
it's
Laser.
amazing work.
That stuff's expensive. I mean, it's we're looking at it, but and rightfully so because it's really well done.
How much does like a laser cutter cost? Because like people are doing these things more and more from it's like a side hustle, with
not
their
like
Cricut machines and stuff like that.
No, this is way different. This is much more professionally done than a Cricut machine.
I saw someone who had one, a friend of a friend or something, had a company that makes like cabinets and things like that. It had a laser cutter thing. Casey was like, it's like the size of this console.
Oh.
It's really, really big. The one that I saw was anyway. So
Here's one for $8,000, Case.
Oh, I'll get that one.
So there you go. You know what? I need to do a few shout outs, guys, and then we have some stuff to discuss. But if I'm starting to get backed up, my sharts are backing up, and that's not healthy.
You want to do that now?
Yeah, I'll do. I'm going to try to spread them out, but I'll start with this one.
Smear them around like Amber Heard.
This says,
Oh, my God.
it says, your Monday to Friday intern shares the same birthday as WMMR. So I was wondering if you could do a birthday shout out to intern Erin Cardy.
Hey!
It's her 23rd birthday today. To quote Blink 182's What's My Age Again? Nobody likes you when you're 23. A song which just so happened to be released in 1999, 23 years ago. Best regards, and that is from Jeff Cardy. So, Erin, happy birthday to you. And thank you for helping us out so much. We really appreciate that.
We might actually be getting interns back in the studio.
That'd be nice.
That seems nice.
Here's another one that says, hey, my fiance Mike's birthday is on 4/21. I missed this one. Sorry, guys. And I was hoping that you could give him a shout out and wish him a happy 36th birthday. Mike grew up in Conshohocken. He's been listening to your show since his college days. I'm from Los Angeles and had absolutely no clue who you guys were until he had me listen a few years back when we first started dating. Fast forward to today, you guys have very much become integrated in our lives. Even though we now live in Joshua Tree, California, Mike never misses your show via podcast. You guys are a part of every car ride. Your voices echo in the house as he does his chores. He even listens to you guys on loud volume when he is pooping because it adds a sound buffer. It would totally make his birthday if you could give him a shout out. Thanks for your time and appreciate all that you do for everyone. Nothing makes me happier than hearing Mike randomly burst into laughter as we listen together to your show. Thank you. And that is from Kat. So here's a chart. Then here is another one. Oh, you guys are going to love this. My name is Kate. I've been listening to you and Steve for as long as I can remember because my mom, Marianne, is such a huge fan that you were always on in the car in the mornings. This has carried over into my adult life, and I now listen to you guys every morning on my commute to work. My mom signed my sister and I up for a painfully singles mixer that took place at Penguin's Pub in Warminster on September 3rd, 2009. I remember that one too.
Me too.
She said, I went kicking and screaming because it's just not my thing. But I ended up meeting my now husband, Mike.
Hey!
On our 1-year anniversary, he actually went to the studio and you guys recorded a 2 to 3 minute long special message for me, which he included in a mixed CD for me. We ended up getting married on September 2014 after 12 and a half years together. We are now expecting our first child. I was induced yesterday and have been in labor for over 24 hours at this point, waiting for our little man to enter this world. And I was wondering if you could send us a shout out to welcome Kieran Liam Weiser. And I'm going to have my mom pay attention to your show and see if she can record it for us. If not, no big deal. I just figured that I would reach out. Thank you for all that you and the morning show do. You all make my commute to work memorable and start my day off with a smile. Thanks again. And that is from Kate. So it's Caitlin McQuaid. And here you go. Another mixer baby that has happened.
Crazy. I remember that mixer because it was the night of my fantasy football draft, and I had to jump out to the parking lot many times.
I remember that too.
Well, because your husband, I think, was there, and he was helping me, and the big joke was Ronnie Brown was a running back that I had to take, and I was and I ended up not winning that year, but that's the big takeaway that I remember about Penguins Pub.
At that one, I think I punched Nick just in the arm. We were on stage for whatever reason. I don't know why.
It hurt.
And I think I dropped a beer and broke it or did something. And I remember we did a lipstick contest. That was a good one.
That wasn't the mother-son.
No, that was Coastline.
No.
That was Coastline
that was
in New Jersey.
Yeah.
I remember the canine unit was in the parking lot.
At Penguins?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
They brought the dogs over. I don't think it was to watch out. I think they were just coming to say hi.
To say hi?
Yeah.
That was a good one. We've gotten a lot of emails over the years from that particular one. I don't know why.
So we need to do, as we're talking about, doing targeted type mixers so that we can get, various age ranges and stuff like that. And I think, there are a lot of people walking around the earth right now, at least a fair chunk of them, who were conceived at our mixers.
Yep. And by the way, Marissa wanted me to point out, if you ever need audio of something, like if we do a shout out, a mention or whatever, you can find it on our podcast or our live stream on YouTube. It's there all the time, so you can always grab that. And also make sure you're listening for a sound clip from something that happened at Keenan's over the years, because we'll give away a 4-pack of tickets, VIP, Cut the Line, and a special VIP table. When you hear the clip, whatever it may be, at some point during the show, be the 27th caller. You'll be able to join us.
You'll know it.
On May 27th for that event. All right, junk drawer. Gots to clean it out because we're going into the weekend. I got some stories I don't want you to miss out on. So let me dig in here and see what we can find. Oh, yeah, this one. Kathy sent me this one.
Ooh.
Lego has announced 2 new additions, all right? And this is something you could get Mom for Mother's Day. An orchid and a set of succulents.
Made out of Legos?
They've made it to its botanicals collection of artificial florals that you build instead of grow.
It looks so cool.
It's cute.
Do they look good?
Yeah, they look really cute. Yeah.
The first one is a 608-piece, 15-inch high orchid that features 6 large flowers and 2 smaller, newly opened buds, with the bloom potted inside a blue fluted vase.
That one, we're looking at a picture. That one in the middle is amazing.
That's impressive.
I think that's that's the orchid.
The orchid, yeah.
That's unbelievable.
So
That does not look like
pieces.
Legos at all.
Yeah. The lead designer, Michael Sacchi, said a challenge with this set was creating a cylindrical pot from Lego elements that would be fun to build, but also beautiful to look at.
They've definitely bucked the Lego trend with these pieces, though.
The second set features a 771-piece arrangement of 9 succulent varieties.
9?
Including a couple of cacti and what looks to be aloe.
What's funny is you guys are like gasping at the pieces. That's not even that much. Like 600, 700 pieces.
Right.
Like what Lego puts out there, like that's pretty standard.
Which one has the most pieces? Is it the Death Star? Is it the Titanic?
No. It's a map, I believe.
Okay.
I remember reading that story that there's a map of the world or something like that has more pieces than any other, if I recall correctly. But yeah, we have loads of Legos that we've put together sets. I've got a whole section in our kind of dining room area that we have them set up. They're really cool, and they're a lot of fun to make. So we kind of turn them into a family activity. We'll sit down and work on them.
Right. So would your wife appreciate this for Mother's Day?
I think so.
They're not that expensive either, because sometimes Legos get really pricey, and these ones are only $50 each.
Wow, that's not bad.
The succulents and the orchids. And Preston, you were right, by the way. It is the world map.
It's 11,000 pieces.
Oh my God!
11,000 pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So speaking of Mother's Day, real quick, my wife is, for the first time I think ever, actually asked for something specific for Mother's Day.
Oh, good for you.
Is it a Lego thing?
It is not a Lego thing, but it is a Mother's Day thing. So we're just kind of an offshoot here. But it was one of those, Nike releases shoes, and you have to try and get on the list.
So I hope you got on the list.
I couldn't. No, it's impossible. I don't know how that. You have to have some sort of an in when they release these things, because nobody I know ever gets
just randomly gets in.
Yeah,
there's got to be some sort of way that people are able to scam their way in. But so you're left. She wants this and you can't get it.
Well,
Do you want to put the clarion call out?
Well, I can get it, but she's not going to appreciate me spending $200 on a pair of shoes or sneakers or whatever.
Or would she?
Maybe she would. Yeah, clarion call. I'm looking for the Polaroid. Those low top Polaroids. Size 9.
All right, so you need help?
I need help.
Okay.
I need help.
When you admit you have help, that's a good step.
In the meantime, you can also well, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You switched gears. I did not.
Put it back where you found it.
So the orchid and succulents join the wide collection of Lego botanicals such as tulips, roses, sunflowers, bird of paradise, and even bonsai. The new set are priced at $50. That for Lego is pretty damn cheap.
Okay, I asked the question about the most pieces. What is currently the most expensive Lego set?
Good question.
I was very impressed with that Titanic that they released about 2 years ago.
Me too.
Because it had a cross section where you could see the inner workings of the ship.
We have a big one in the box that we have not used yet. It is Diagon Alley from Harry Potter.
Yeah,
and that's a biggie. So we're going to have to eventually crack that open and get to it. So
how many pieces were in the Saturn V? It wasn't a Lego, but it was a large.
We have that.
Right.
Yeah, we made it. I don't remember.
But I mean the one that I gave you.
Oh, how many pieces?
Yeah, was it?
Not that many.
Oh, really?
It was actually in large pieces, but figuring out how to put them together was kind of hard to do. So we're looking at Nick is trying to pull up the most expensive ones. There's some that are over $7,000.
Jesus Christ.
That's
so
insane.
$50 is a steal.
Yeah.
Do they have Lego edibles?
Not that I know of. Okay. No, never mind. This person just hung up. All right, let's move on to something else. Another story that Kathy sent me.
Ooh, look at you.
She is the
story
nurse, the junk drawer. An influencer shared what it's like to fly for 7 hours first class on an Emirates flight, one of the best first class options available. This is a guy named Will.Luxury Travel on Instagram. So what he does is he goes out and kind of reviews luxury travel. What a great gig,
right?
Oh my God,
that's sensational.
So
I assume does he pay for it, or are they comping him?
I would imagine along the way he's got to get some assistance. So he's been on a $75 million Gulfstream, a private jet, and a hot air balloon, to name a few forms of luxury transportation. But his most recent Instagram upload highlights some of the crazier, more over-the-top amenities included in an Emirates first-class ticket. For this flight, Will traveled 7 hours from Bangkok to Dubai. A one-way ticket for this trip is $2,000 to $3,000, which actually is a little cheaper than I thought it was going to be.
Absolutely.
Well, the price of this was cheaper than what I thought it was going to be. I mean, it's not cheap, but...
So he said, and for those who have ever, looked into first class tickets, it's sticker shock. It's unbelievable how much more expensive it is than business or coach.
Dramatically so.
So he said as he's narrating the video, I have my own private seat which has auto closed doors, and he said the best though is having my own shower. Currently, the only way to shower is at 40,000 feet. You get your own private shower.
So a quick question. We are big fans of Crazy Rich Asians.
Yes.
And they have like cabins.
Yes.
And I don't know what airline they're on, but that's what I want to try.
Yeah,
I want to try that one because this looks less than that.
Well, this is like a little, so it's like a little cubby. You go in it, you can sit, it's a seat, and then you can close the doors, make it a bed. You can sleep if you'd like, and then you go and take a shower if you want.
That's awesome. Yeah, the one, Steve, maybe that was Singapore Airlines. I'm not really sure.
Might be, but it looked sensational.
So in addition to having the private suite with enough space to comfortably sleep for the entirety of the trip, you can also take the shower if you want to. And apparently it has good water pressure. And even with that water pressure,
I got a shower.
Will mentioned in a comment that this wasn't his favorite first class experience. In response to someone who asked him to pick one without worrying about money, he said that Emirates Game Changer on the Boeing 777 is the best. Now, I don't know what all that includes. Oh, he said the first class setup includes pajamas, Bulgari skincare, and personal temperature and lighting controls. So if you got the means, then have at it and have a shower.
Gucci makes your vomit bag.
Wow,
yeah.
Have you ever seen the hacks for some of these things where you can? There are ways to get these incredibly expensive things, and you have to like game the system. But you can get the article that I pulled up was one of these Emirates flights. Preston was $60,000, and you can find ways to $60,000.
60
for one person. That's first class.
Oh my God!
But you can find ways to do it for things that are actually affordable, like $1,000 or $2,000. And so, I don't know what these travel hacks are. I just know that they exist.
The only hacks that I've seen for really the recommendations that I've seen about getting bumped up is two things. You show up early and you go directly to the check-in gate. Maybe it's the ticketing or the gate, but anyhow, you essentially ask them the date of the flight.
Right.
As you get there as early as you can and say, are there any cancellations?
Yeah, but
and sometimes you can get it cheap, but
I've tried
rare.
that, and they're like,
it's just rare.
But they're like, yeah,
Do you have
there
any
is,
free
but you have to-
$60,000 tickets?
You have to pay for it. Yeah,
Really?
like I've tried that before. It's never worked for me.
I've started looking into like possible summer travel plans. Flight prices right now are way high. They're much higher than, and you just flew this weekend.
I had to fly Frontier because everything else was, just to go to Florida, it was like $1,000.
What are these showers like on Frontier?
Well, they're golden.
Yeah.
Same as JetBlue.
They're golden showers.
You do have to go outside.
Showers.
They're outdoor showers on Frontier. But I also heard that if you book a flight on a Tuesday for whatever reason, that's the cheapest day of the week.
I've done that too.
Yeah,
It doesn't
nothing.
work.
All right, then forget it.
If you're taking regular flights, I did read one that start bribing the ticket agents.
I can do that.
Which is not a blatant bribe, but like, hey, I stopped by. I got an extra donut here. I got I thought you guys would like them.
Yeah.
You know,
Do you like Dunkin'?
Throw it out that way. No, just some kind of a token. Can go a long way.
Look, I made you some taco dip.
7 layers.
Ooh.
All right, let me see what else we got here. Okay, I found this kind of interesting. A fresh examination of meteorites that landed in the United States, Canada, and Australia is bolstering the notion that early in Earth's history, such objects may have delivered chemical ingredients vital for the advent of life.
Huh. Did Kathy send you this as well?
She did, yes. There's another Kathy story. Scientists have previously detected on the meteorites 3 of the 5 chemical components needed to form DNA, the molecule that carries genetic instructions for living organisms, and RNA, the molecule crucial for controlling the actions of genes.
Did you ever see Prometheus?
I did, yes.
Right. So at the beginning of that, they have something that's sort of like this.
Yeah.
They bring chemicals into our system, a genetic code
to kickstart
that starts. Yeah.
Prometheus, that's where we got I like it. I like it that sound.
Yeah. I like it that sound. I like it a lot.
I like it that a lot.
Researchers said on Tuesday they have now identified the final 2 after fine-tuning the way they analyze the meteorites. Unlike the previous work, the methods used this time were more sensitive and did not use strong acids or hot liquid to extract the 5 components known as nucleobases.
Because you hurt them.
Nucleobases are nitrogen-containing compounds crucial in forming DNA's characteristic double helix structure. Without diving too much into all of this jargon, they found what they said are the building blocks in these meteorites, and that it very well could be that that's how life started on Earth.
Well, yeah, it's fascinating. Also,
Probably
we
is.
stop to think about that everything in the universe has a core similarity to it, which is kind of amazing. But for these things to travel through space, I also think of the movie The Andromeda Strain, where a microbe from outer space, causes this big issue on Earth. But yeah, why not? All these things traveling from other areas, making what we now know here is fascinating. I'd love to see what they eventually find out with all this.
It's like a soup, There's these ingredients that come together, and that's why Bill hates them.
Celestial soup. No. Ah! Bill, what's wrong?
It was all a dream.
Dreaming about soup again. God, you poor man.
Side note, the last 2 days driving into work in the morning, the sun is just starting to come up, and you can see Jupiter and Venus in the eastern sky. And so they're low on the horizon, but if you get up tomorrow morning, Kathy, get up early because you can see it. Yeah, Jupiter is a planet.
Yeah.
And it's the gas giant, but you can see Jupiter and Venus in the eastern sky.
The moon this week was like that sliver.
Yeah.
It was really pretty a couple days ago.
Kathy likes things if you can see them.
Yeah. Yep.
She's on board if you can see them. So I think she's that's not too far out of the scope that she would enjoy that. All right, another thing, and then we're probably going to have to take a break. This is an interesting observation. I don't know who this author is that wrote this, but the title is "The What to Expect When You're Expecting Woman Keeps Getting Hotter," meaning the woman on the cover of that book.
Really?
So
that's a staple, right?
In the article, it says she started as a homely housewife in a rocking chair and morphed into a bona fide super babe, which begs the question, who's asking for a hotter pregnancy mascot? When the first edition of America's best-selling pregnancy book, What to Expect When You're Expecting, was published in 1984, it featured a dainty illustration of an expectant mother on the cover. Looking out at the reader, she's sitting in a rocking chair with a basket of flowers at her feet. Her wavy auburn hair is cropped and layered, and she's wearing a floaty pink dress and a pair of purple ballet pumps. In one hand, she holds a book, while the other rests gently on her pregnant stomach. By 2016, however, this homely-looking country wife had been replaced by a real-life woman, and as one Twitter user pointed out, she appears to have been yassified. Our fifth edition soon-to-be mother has porcelain skin, silky long hair. Her makeup is subtle but impeccable, plump rose lips, neatly filled in eyebrows, and smoky eyes, and her features are Instagram filter perfect.
My nipples are so sensitive.
She's wearing black skinny jeans and a purple long sleeve top that perfectly accentuates her voluptuous pregnancy boobs. It says she's glam and glowing. She also is ready to tackle all the important current lifestyle trends, including juice bars, raw diets, e-cigarettes, and baby bump posting.
Cigarettes.
Yeah, right.
I guess I've always the book that the classic one, the illustration, is the one that I've always thought was the standard. I didn't realize they were changing the models on the cover.
The thing about this book is it's actually kind of it's a terrifying book to read for anybody. Yeah.
I've had so many of my friends say, give advice to other pregnant women. Don't read
get it. No, 'cause
don't
it's
read it. Just go into it. Do what the doctor tells you, and don't read all of this.
I always anything like that. It's like when people hop on WebMD case and try. Don't do that.
Yeah, this is a whatever can go wrong will go wrong type of book.
Well, that's I mean, it's a warning of things that can happen, and if you'd rather not know that stuff, you may be better off. So anyhow, it says that she isn't the first hot cover star of the What to Expect When You're Expecting series, though. The book's 2008 fourth edition, Expectant Mother, is also wearing a boob-accentuating long-sleeve top and has been airbrushed so much that she almost looks like a drawing of herself. This transformation begs the question, who is asking for a hotter pregnant woman on the cover of this book? So I thought it was kind of interesting.
That is funny.
And maybe an observation that you will also notice. All right, that's it. Well, we got to stay on time in order to get the concert cash underway, right?
Yeah.
All right, so that's what we'll do. I have more stuff. Maybe we'll get to it another time. We'll take a quick break, come back in a second. The Bizarre File is on the way, as is the aforementioned concert cash. Don't miss it. We'll be back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Will it be fast food or fancy food?
Schnitzel.
Schnitzel?
Yeah.
Do you like Schnitzel?
It's not bad. It's it's good. I mean, it's not great, but yum. Yeah, it'll do it.
Is that what Christoph Waltz is eating during Inglourious Bastards?
No, that's strudel.
Strudel, okay. Because I love me some strudel.
Schnitzel is very sweet.
Yeah. Do you know what schnitzel is?
No. Is it a baked good? Is it a salty baked good?
It's pork.
Oh, then no.
Fried pork.
Okay.
Essentially, it's like a fried pork tenderloin, so it's not anything like a schnitzel.
I don't like it much. Yeah.
You don't like schnitzel?
Nah, I'm not a big schnitzel guy.
I mean, I like it. It's good enough. So anyhow, Schnitzel Fest event in Bavaria, Germany. Apparently used 400 pork chops, 4,000 eggs, 551 pounds of breadcrumbs to create a giant schnitzel. And the resulting schnitzel is 2,663 pounds.
Wow. People must have been schnitting for weeks after.
That's good, dude.
You knew it was coming.
I just took a hairy schnit.
753.5 square feet is how big it is.
Wow.
I've had schnitzel in Germany, in Munich. We were having dinner, and I'm like, how can I not have schnitzel?
If you're going to have schnitzel, you have it there. So what did you think?
It's good. It's not great.
It's not rocking your world.
No, it's good. I'd order it. I've had it at other places as well, too.
It's funny when you have something that you think is authentic and then you later do have the authentic version of something and your opinion of it changes 180%, 180 degrees, I should say.
Organizers say it took nearly 3,700 gallons of oil to fry. A Guinness World Record adjudicator, how do you say that word?
Adjudicator?
Adjudicator, thank you. Was on hand to verify the schnitzel's measurements.
You say, called me just schnithead.
And certify that it broke the previous record of 1,212 pounds, so it blew that record away. And it was then split up into 4,800 portions and sold to attendees at the festival.
Yes, we put it on a conveyor belt and it comes right out to Schnitthorn.
Keep going. Do more.
What were you going to say? You were going to say something.
Well, so it's just a pork chop, basically?
Yeah, I don't know if it might be the tenderloin case. I'm not 100% sure what part of the pig it is. But yeah, it's like a fried pork chop or a fried tenderloin.
Yeah, I never really care for pork chops.
Oh, man, I do love pork.
I know, and people, like my father loves them, and I like them only if they are incinerated to the point.
No.
That's the only way I can eat
You got to get them juicy. All right, well, anyhow, they made the biggest one in the world.
What cartoon has a character named Schnitzel?
That was Chowder.
Chowder, that's it.
And
okay.
Schnitzel would only say rattle, rattle. He never said anything other than that, rattle, rattle.
I was looking for that, and I came across something that says Schnit in the bathtub, so I'm going to
Go ahead, let's hear what that is.
I don't know what that is, but...
Oh, no, someone decided to take a shit in the bathtub. Not again.
You know what that was from?
What is that from?
That OxyClean parody. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
my God, that was funny.
That was very funny.
That was...
Where they add the dialogue.
Just take this effing thing right over here and rip this. Oh, look at that. Someone schnit in the bathtub.
Oh, no, someone decided to take a shit in the bathtub. Not again.
Not again.
I saw this story. I thought this was kind of interesting. A pair of panties belonging to Adolf Hitler's wife, Eva Braun, sold at auction for around $6,000 over the weekend.
Oh, geez.
The pink...
Put on the panties!
Yes, the pink...
The ones that I like, the pink ones!
The pink silk panties, embroidered with Braun's initials, came from a private European World War II collection. They were sold to an anonymous UK telephone bidder.
These are like bloomers.
Who also bought her, you're right, they are, they're huge.
Yeah.
Who also bought her white lace night dress for $5,000. You know there's some guy wearing these things staring in the, in the mirror.
Swaziland!
Yes.
Oh, my God. You know, as obviously as staggeringly aberrant as Hitler was, with all of his little things like his all the weird, creepy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Him having sex is at the bottom of the list of things I want to think about Hitler doing.
Yeah. Auctioneer Jonathan Humbert said that there was perennial interest in items from the Nazi Germany area. In the same auction, a bracelet presented by Goering's wife, Emmy.
I got you something.
Sold for about $3,000.
Oh, my gosh. He vintage Javid.
The gold-plated bracelet dated 1938 has a central locket with a swastika and opens up to reveal
a swastika on it?
a picture of Hitler, of whom Goering was a close confidant, of course. So there was a picture of Hitler in this locket that he gave to her with the bracelet.
That's right there. Too cute to not commit genocide.
Oh, my God. Happy wife, happy life. I actually said that phrase to somebody the other day, a minute, and it's
the truth. Honestly, and you know when things, you walk in and you can feel it in the air.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
I know.
Oh, no.
And then when I say it's because you're on your period.
Oh, my God.
You said that one time, and you never said it
Is
again.
it girl things? What did you say?
Oh, my God. They turn into Rambo.
Yeah.
They turn into Rambo.
It's gonna get bloody.
I'm
coming for you.
Oh, my God. Kathy, what were you going to say? Oh,
Having my period, having to use the feminine hygiene products, spitting on us, calling us baby killers.
And we know it. It's so bad. I hate it, but listen,
use it.
I'm an animal.
I do
once a
again.
month.
As I've said, my it's pretty even keel. I don't have the Jekyll and Hyde thing. You know,
No?
yeah,
God,
never
you're
had that.
lucky.
What country was Hawaiian pizza invented? 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Kara and see if she knows the answer. Hey, Kara.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Kara. So, do you know what country Hawaiian pizza was invented in?
Canada.
That's correct.
Yeah, they call that the Big Island, Preston.
Because it used to be, it was pineapple and Canadian bacon, which is essentially ham anyway.
Yeah.
But I remember when you first would order, or at least I remember when I first ordered Hawaiian pizza, that it was advertised as pineapple and Canadian bacon.
There you go. Would never have guessed.
It's like a nightmare for me.
I love it.
Really?
The cooked fruit situation for me. It's
yeah,
like
that's
I'm out.
right.
I'm just out.
That's right. Any hot fruit.
Yeah.
There's a band name, Hot Fruit. Damn it. I got to write these down.
Romano, come down and see my new band, Hot Fruit. We sizzle.
We're sick.
They sizzle.
I'm sorry. Did I hear that again?
I'm Captain Romano, come see our new band, Hot Fruit. Boys, we sizzle.
Hot Fruit. All right. Anyhow.
What do we play? I'm interested.
That's a good question.
Nothing but Shania Twain.
All night.
Let's go, girls.
All right.
Want some Hawaiian pizza?
Hot fruit.
And the director, by the way, is a guy named Jim Mickle. He's from Pottstown.
Jim Mickle.
Oh yeah, actually, he did a movie I've mentioned before, a vampire movie, a really good vampire movie called Stakeland.
No kidding.
Yeah, really well done.
Okay.
Kathy just got a message.
Kathy just wants
Everything
to.
okay?
Yeah, she just wants to listen to some music.
Yeah.
Turned over to B101.
Wait, I'm trying to win the
Station I
prize.
really love.
I'm trying to win Richard Marx tickets.
Can you guys be quiet?
Can you guys just take a break for a minute?
Yeah, by the name, it's ROMANO.
Oh my God, thank you. I'm so excited.
I can't, I'm at work.
Yeah, you can't get more excited than that.
You can't get more excited that you just won tickets. I can't. I'm at work.
I work at WMMR. I do the morning show.
Well, can you go outside and scream?
Kathy at WMMR.com. You can't win this.
You could actually walk one block down and pick up the tickets.
Guys, I'll be right back.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I
Just noticed more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War, CW,
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released. among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So,
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at the CIA.
There's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing Barbecue on the Preston and Steve side stage. That is Froggy. All right, we have now time to look at our traffic. Let's see what's going on this morning. Kathy, what you got?
95 southbound jams from Cotman through to Bridge on the Schuylkill Expressway. Westbound, you're jammed from Vare Avenue to South Street. And then from City out to Belmont, eastbound side, 202 into Conshohocken, Montgomery to South Street. Blue Route northbound, slowing 95 to McDade Boulevard, Broomall to Media. Southbound, Norristown to the Schuylkill, and then Media over to Baltimore Pike. On the Vine, westbound, you're slow 95 to the Schuylkill eastbound, the Schuylkill to Broad. 95 northbound, Highland Avenue to 320. We have delays there southbound from the Betsy Ross Bridge to Allegheny Girard to the Vine Expressway, and then from the Blue Route to 320. 202 northbound at High Street, an accident cleared from there. Also Ridge Pike at Harts Lane in White Marsh, an accident just cleared. Plymouth Road opened the closure because of a sinkhole. They finished the sinkhole repair work, so Plymouth Road is open between the Blue Route and Butler Pike. And then Route 1 out in Bucks County southbound at Rock Hill Drive, a disabled vehicle just cleared from there, but you are still jammed back to 413. 55 northbound jams north of Deptford to the 42 freeway, and on the 42 freeway northbound, you're slow 41 to 55. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Get animal welfare certified plain or marinated skirt steak for $9.99 per pound through May 3rd while supplies last. Plus Prime members save an extra 10% off. Restrictions apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
The word is everyone. All right, EVERYONE. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are three ways for you to do it. You can text with the special contest short code number. That's 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, just enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry will win $500 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners receive 2 free tickets to the Barbecue. Winners get a call from Beasley, our company, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it is brought to you by AAA Distributor. Again, that word for Concert Cash is everyone, EVERYONE. Good luck.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we'll start with a tragedy.
Oh, no.
In the Bizarre File, and then we'll move on to some other things. But 11 people were electrocuted to death.
Whoa.
When their truck, decorated as a temple chariot, touched an overhead electric power transmission line during a Hindu festival procession in southern India.
Jeez.
2 children were among the dead. That's horrible. The truck, crowded with devotees, caught on fire from the electric spark It was a 9-foot tall truck, and at least 11 other people were injured, some when they fell from the truck. The deaths occurred Wednesday when the Temple Chariot procession was underway.
It's horrible.
All right, we need lighter stuff than that. All right, like in many countries, every once in a while, the government sees fit to send out a bit of cash to Japanese households during the COVID-19 pandemic in an effort to keep the economy moving. Earlier this month, this was the case in the town of Abu. And in this small town of about 3,000 people, 463 households applied for the payment of 100,000 yen, which is about $780.
Right.
However, 462 of those households never received their money because it all went to one single person's bank account.
You had one job. One job!
So instead of sending it to all those people in the town, it just went to one person. According to town officials, a staff member made a technical error in the system when processing applications, which caused all 46.3 million yen to go to the same bank account. Officials contacted the home of the recipient, but by the time they got in touch, the person said that all the funds had been transferred to an account at another financial institution.
Of course.
It is unclear exactly what that meant. The person explained that the money was not used to repay debt, but he gave few other clues as to where it went. They simply told officials it cannot be undone anymore. I will not run. I will not pay for my crime. The mayor, Narihiko Hanada, issued a public apology, and the town sent another wave of 100,000 yen payments to each of the 463 households, including the one that had previously received the 46.3 million yen.
So everything's going very smoothly.
Very smoothly, yep. Small kids can do a lot of financial damage with phones. Mark Franks of Greene, Ohio, says that he had just finished some work in the early morning when his father called to ask if he had ordered any Starbucks to be delivered. Frank said no, and that's when the family realized that Frank's 4-year-old nephew had used the Uber Eats app on his grandmother Virginia's phone to order $230 worth of food and drinks from Starbucks and Dunkin'. The order included 4 venti iced caramel macchiatos, 8 orders of bacon and Gruyere egg bites, and 1 blue cake pop. He also ordered 2 iced hot coffees, or 2 iced hot chocolates from Dunkin'. Frank said that they explained to the toddler why it was not okay, but it was hard to keep a straight face as he had the blue cake pop remnants around his mouth when they were telling him this. Oh my God.
More and more of these stories pop up.
Too funny. All right, here's a story out of Michigan. Oak Park High School is closed for the rest of the week after several adult men forced their way into the building Tuesday afternoon. This is a high school, so around 3 p.m. Tuesday, 8 to 10 adult men pushed past school security into the building and began fighting with security staff and students. The suspects fled the scene and have not been apprehended, and only one of the suspects has been identified. The district is conducting an internal investigation, including eyewitness interviews and reviewing surveillance video and social media posts. Officials believe the incident may have been triggered by an altercation that took place off school property over the weekend. But other than that, they're not really sure why they stormed the high school.
Guys want to go beat up some high schoolers?
Right. Police say a man is recovering after he was attacked outside of his home by a squirrel.
Again.
Second squirrel story this week.
Story.
Police say a 911 caller stated that a 78-year-old elderly man was actively being attacked by a squirrel who was eating his hand.
Oh, God.
Go ahead, Grandpa. Make you move.
The man was attempting to choke the squirrel, but was unable to obtain a good grip.
You think you're gonna get me, you son of a bitch?
When first responders arrived, they found that the man was still being eaten by the squirrel.
I mean, there's a lot of guy to eat for one squirrel.
Yep. With the help of first responders, the squirrel was killed and the elderly man hospitalized with what police called pretty significant injuries.
Squirrel bites.
Experts say
Sound
that...
delicious, don't they?
Oh, you going to finish your squirrel bites? Experts say that it's very rare for squirrels to attack people, but it has been known to happen. And they said a diseased squirrel may be more likely to show aggressive or hostile behavior towards human beings. However, when a squirrel does attack, it is not always possible to determine why.
A lot of people don't know that it is not uncommon for squirrels to take down Kodiak bears.
Oh, I did not know that. Wow. All right, here's a story that's reminiscent of something that happened here in Philadelphia last week, but this is in Colorado. A tiny piece of radioactive equipment fell off of a truck late Wednesday morning, snarling traffic. The situation started when a truck carrying a density gauge lost the equipment. And because the gauge does have a small amount of radioactivity, a hazmat team responded as a precaution.
Oh, man.
Dude.
He's in Colorado now.
Yeah, that same guy found this one, too.
I'm his brother.
You're his brother?
What are the chances?
Right?
It's a crazy world.
It's a crazy world we live in.
Yeah, brother.
Due to the hazmat activity, I-25 was closed at one point in both directions. The concern was over a small pellet that was part of a density gauge. The pellet has cesium in it. That's the same stuff that was in the thing here in Philly.
Yeah, my density.
The gauge The gauge is normally used by construction crews to determine the density of a roadway. Fire department explained that a Geiger counter was used to locate the pellet.
Hey, maybe it's time to stop losing these things.
Officials with the fire department and hazmat teams were exposed to a tiny amount of radiation, but there's just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
I said there's no reason to be alerted. All right, and there you go. That's it for the bizarre file.
I freak out any kind of radiation thing like that. Yet I want to go to Pripyat and go see the Chernobyl setup, you know.
All right, I would like to give some away. We have a pair of tickets to see the next chapter in the Wizarding World Series, Fantastic Beasts, The Secrets of Dumbledore, which is now in theaters, plus 2 tickets to experience the original film that started it all, as the Philadelphia Orchestra performs Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone live in concert while the full movie plays on the big screen Saturday, July 23rd at the Man. So we're going to give you both. You get to go see Fantastic Beasts, Secrets of Dumbledore, and then you get to go to the Man and see this play-along that they will do, and that's in July. So we'll take callers number 11 and 12, and we will give you some tickets, 215-263. WMMR, call right now. We are happy to do that. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Don't forget, Kevin Smith, around 9 o'clock, joining us this morning. Stay with us. We'll be right back. To judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, did you get him? He said, no, the line there was even longer than the line here.
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin...
I'm going home.
Stalin was also...
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all Zavik.
I would say try Seville, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. These are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
They may not be married, but Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up on the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh, my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
Right? His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. A suspended Long Island judge pleaded guilty on Friday to sneaking into his neighbor's home and stealing panties from her clothes hamper.
Bad judge.
This is a judge. Robert Sakale pleaded guilty to second-degree attempted burglary. He was detained on March 29, 2018 when he had been knocking on it.
They call me Judge Panties.
After he'd been knocking on a neighbor's door.
I like panties.
Sakale is said to have just left the home on a different neighborhood. Of a different neighbor prior to arriving at the second neighborhood's home.
I'm touching myself under my robe.
The first neighbor was identified as 23-year-old former intern at the Islip Town Attorney's Office.
Islip, yeah.
Islip, where the judge used to work. Now, police found that the judge had several pairs of panties stuffed down his suit jacket.
Oh, my God.
And his raincoat when they apprehended him.
Those are my panties.
Sakale's attorney claimed that his client had changed. He said he has served the people of Suffolk County honorably for the last 26 years.
Except for the panties part.
As a legal aid attorney, town of Islip attorney, and a district court judge. He has dealt with his mental illness.
I also like to poop an oatmeal.
He's also...
What?
I like to poop an oatmeal.
He has dealt with his mental illness issues in a provocative manner and proactive manner.
Yes, provocative. Yes, oh, how provocative.
And he allegedly told officers during his arrest, the panties I had on me are from the other times I went into the house.
Okay, so don't judge him harshly.
We have a lot going on today. I want to start by saying we are going to have members of the Downton Abbey film in our studio this morning. So, in preparation for that, we're having Rambo Day on the Preston and Steve show.
Because if you can think of an American movie that is most linear to Downton Abbey, it'd be Rambo.
It would be Rambo Last Blood, which is coming out on Friday, the same day as the Downton Abbey film.
Listen, you guys are excited about something, and now I'm excited about something.
I'm doing a double feature, Kath. I'm doing Rambo and Downton Abbey on Friday.
Both Steve and I are wearing John Rambo wigs and bandanas. Casey has a bandana around his neck, but he doesn't need the wig because
his hair's long enough. Yeah. So you're John Rambo, who is out and about and killing, and I'm John Rambo, who would like to get a job at a fast food place.
Yeah, you're a little more. My hair is a little more wild right now.
And I'm wearing my hairnet still.
Yeah, you have the hairnet on. So
you know, it'd be really cool, Preston, if we have enough wigs and bandanas for the Downton Abbey cast.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if they did that? So we'll find out what happens.
I bet they'd be into that. I mean, they all have those like dry senses of British humor, but I bet they'd be into that idea.
I don't know how long I can stay with the wig on because
mine hurts.
The actual hair, it's itchy.
Yeah,
and also. It causes a cushion between my headphones and my ears.
Same here.
So it's the volume is not quite where it needs to be. So
how did Rambo ever do a radio show?
How did he do that?
Rambo in the morning.
It's 6:05 in the morning. Weather looks good for the rest of the week. And don't forget Money Shark at 8 o'clock.
Hey, Charlie Sheen was set to compete on season 28 of Dancing with the Stars, but ultimately he walked. He was talking to Us Weekly.
You have to walk to get out on the dance floor. Duh.
He told the magazine, I was very flattered by ABC and their offer, but at the end of the day, I have 2 left feet and I just can't dance.
Charlie Sheen.
I'm a freaking warlock.
Yeah, you should be able to create a spell and be able to dance.
I'll get on my Nimbus and fly around the stage.
Why can't you just get on your Mercury surfboard?
Absolutely.
The opportunity was linked to a pilot opportunity as well.
Yeah, I want to be a pilot for American Airlines.
But when he passed on Dancing with the Stars...
I'm your pilot. On the other side of the plane can see a freaking mountain.
Yes. Charlie Sheen, commercial air pilot.
We'll never crash because I'm a freaking warlock. Floatium forever.
I'm concerned about this flight.
Thousands of dollars worth of bull semen has been destroyed after a cattle building exploded.
Oh, no. All right. I just saw a tweet this morning that said, I didn't know semen was flammable, and I didn't know what that was in reference to, and apparently it's this story.
So it was the semen itself that exploded?
Well, I'm not really sure about that, but emergency services were called to...
Oh, yeah!
Emergency services were called to...
I blew that chick apart.
We're called to Yarram Herd Services at about 3 a.m. where 100 cryogenic cylinders containing cattle semen exploded in the blaze.
I can't imagine there's anything flammable and
no, I think
it's probably the containers themselves or something with the wiring or whatever.
Well, maybe they're pressurized, but it took 10 fire crews more than 10 hours to contain the fire at the building, which is a cattle breeding service. Vice Committee Chairman Aaron Thompson said the loss would be, quote, a huge blow for farmers, with the cylinders being worth between $500 and $1,000 each. He said
the entire town next door got a facial.
He said, we're coming into the artificial insemination season, so...
Oh, are we? It's like these fall activities.
There would have been substantial amounts of semen inside the tanks that we've lost, which was owned by our local farmers, and it can range in value from $5 per straw to $95 per straw.
Wow.
A lot of farmers would have semen stock in the building in those tanks preparing for AI, so... We've got that plus all of our herd testing equipment that was in there as well. He said, so this is significant damage and is going to have a flow-on effect on Yarram, especially after the drought that Yarram District has experienced over the last 12 months.
Bad news, folks. We have a semen drought.
Yeah. It's going to be a real blow for sure, he said. The not-for-profit organization provides artificial insemination breeding advice.
Put a call into Peter North.
Corn has launched its new coffee brand called Corn Coffee.
Corn Coffee.
Yes.
It's a great name.
Corn Coffee.
If you like the driven rock of corn, you'll love their coffee.
Corn personally curated the creation of Corn Coffee.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see how many K sounds I can put in there. Corn personally curated the creation of Corn Coffee. A process. Looking for caller number 27. It's Chris, everybody.
Woo, look what I get to do, Daddy.
Look what you get to do, dude. We are going to set you up at Keenan's Irish Pub on the 27th. No waiting in line, and we're going to have a special VIP area for you to hang out. It's essentially it's a booth that you'll get, but that is like prime real estate.
Oh, my God, yeah.
At
I
Keenan's.
know it.
Excellent. Have you been there before?
I have not. Some about working and stuff, I don't know. But no, I'm definitely will be down there this year for sure.
Excellent. I love it, man. You got 3 friends you can bring along?
Absolutely.
Excellent, buddy. Where are you from, Chris?
Havertown.
Havertown, PA. Delco!
Delco.
All right, buddy. We will see you there on the 27th, all right?
Can't wait, guys. Thanks so much.
You bet. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. Take care of all that. So here's an extended bit of that clip. It was when we were doing, I think, what did we call it? It wasn't the Wheel of Haircuts. It was
rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, papers, clippers.
Clippers?
Yes.
Rock,
Yeah,
paper, clippers. And you had to play rock, paper, scissors. And if you lost, we gave you a really bad haircut.
Right.
And so here was an extension of that clip.
1, 2, 3, shoot. Oh,
Eric gets it back.
Oh, man, he's
Here we go.
Oh, he's going down
Oh, if I recall, I think that the person who won got to shave the other person's head.
I think so.
And
They went
so
back and
Eric
forth.
took it and went right down the middle. What's that, Nick?
They went back and forth, and Eric ended up winning. I watched a whole bunch of these videos, which, by the way, are available as daily rushes. They are hilarious. It was a lot of fun to watch and go back. But he won a trip to Los Angeles. They played the rock, paper, scissors, what we called it rock, paper, clippers, back and forth. But it came down, it was a tie. And so it came down to the final throw, and he won, and he got to go to L.A., and then he went right down the middle of the poor girl's head.
And he had really long hair. She had this cool blonde, kind of spiky, punky do, which she definitely, you could tell, took very good care of her hair.
She had a lot of product in her hair, too, so it was difficult for him to get the clippers through her hair. And he had a date that night, a blind date. He had never met her. That's right. He had never met her before.
Yeah.
But he won a trip to L.A. She, the Erica, the female contestant, shaved off like half of his mustache at one point. So if you've never been to Keenan's before, this is the type of stuff that happens. And
I would
it's really
love
funny.
to hear a follow-up from that guy and how that blind date ended up going. So maybe we'll find that out. But
By the way, you're wearing a Noticer shirt in this week. You still have that?
I have it. Yeah. I've got a bunch of like listener-made Preston and Steve-centric shirts that I have to start breaking out again. But I've got like Voltar. I've got River Valley Vocal Band. I've got Preston's Vasectomy. I keep all those. They're great.
It's great. I love that.
By the way, we will do this again. Your chance to win the Cut the Line passes and the VIP table. All you have to do, we're doing an online version. So we're doing this on Fridays. We're going to give away these leading up to Keenan's. But there's also a chance for you to win via the event page at WMMR.com. And you upload a photo from one of our previous events, and we're going to choose a winner that way. So, by the way, not only are we giving Chris the VIP spot in the Cut the Line, we're going to give his table a bucket of Coors Light and a case of Coors Light for the beach house. So you are good to go. My friend. It's going to be Friday, May 27th. So we will do that again. Real quick, I told you I'm backed up on my sharks. Let me mention a couple more quickies, and then we'll move on to chit-chatting a bit. This is, I missed this. It was supposed to be on the 25th. It says, good morning at Presbo. My good friend and neighbor Hector has a birthday coming up April 25th. He's an awesome husband to his wife, Ange, and father to his 2 boys, Sebastian and Jasper. Also the most helpful neighbor to this single mama navigating new home ownership. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't even know that air filters needed to be replaced. He would love a nice, juicy shout out for his 35th. Love you guys. You rock. That is from Kristen Ryan Logan. So here you go. That is a shout out for him. Then there's... I thought this was really, really nice. I'm hosting the Take Steps walk for the CCF, the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation, coming up on June 12th, and you can get registered. The details at WMMR.com. And I got this email that says, hey, it's Robert Haldeman. We met at the 2019 Take Steps walk. I was on Team WMMR. I suffer from ulcerative colitis. And after hearing Tape Steps is back live again this year, I'm planning on joining for the walk. My wife and I are foster parents. And a month after the walk in 2019, we took in a baby that is handicapped with a genesis of the corpus callosum, or ACC. Last April 30th, my wife and I were blessed to be able to adopt him. So it will be a year on Saturday, April 30th. and wanted a shout out to celebrate. And he sent me a picture of this just adorable little kid. So I'm so happy with them. He said, hopeful by the end of the summer, we'll be able to adopt our foster daughter that we currently have. And we will be able to meet them you will be able to meet them at the walk. Love the show. Say hi to everyone for me. We listen all the time. That is from Robert Haldeman. So here's a shout out. I remember meeting and walking with Robert, and he was telling me about the foster kid program that he was in and everything.
So good.
Just a wonderful human being.
Yeah.
And I'm really, really happy for them. And hopefully you can join us and meet people like Robert at that event coming up on June 12th. And here's another one that says, hey, I'm in Cara Liam New Year's Brigade. This is a mummers group. And this Saturday, April 30th, we are inducting one of our members into the Wench Association Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
If you could please send a shout out to Billy Conway for his 10 years of service as captain of Cara Liam. I hope I'm saying it right. Cara Liam. And his continued efforts post-retirement to help out our New Year's club on a nearly constant level. I would appreciate it. Anytime would be great for a shout-out. And I know you get inundated with these requests. So just for him to get a shout-out is greatly appreciated. Thank you for keeping me sane with your podcast. And that is from Frank Diadamo. So here you go. A shout-out and congratulations.
Can I do a quick one as well? This is for Addison Deppy. We call her Bones. She's turning 14 on April 29th. This is from her dad, Paul Deppy. He's a longtime loyal listener. He's a cop. He podcasts on night shifts. He thanks us for our support of local police officers. So Addison Deppy, who has her birthday on the same day as MMR, Bones, happy birthday. This is for you.
All right, did I do this one already? Says Preston, can I get a shout-out on Friday the 29th? This Saturday, the Colleen P. Smith Memorial Softball Tournament will take place at Burholm Park in Northeast Philly. I already did that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, yep, shout out, stop by anytime, and that is from Colleen's dad. There you go.
Do you want to mention the Walk a Mile thing again?
Yeah, so that's coming up a week from this Saturday.
Right,
Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event, which benefits the Laurel House for domestic violence and abuse. And Steve is going to be hosting, taking over in my position. I greatly appreciate that. And it will be at the Pfizer location in the Collegeville area. And we have details at WMMR.com. And it's fun. You put on high heel shoes and walk it's a 1 mile walk.
Yes.
And you meet a lot of great people, and there's all kinds of activities for kids. And we're looking for to fill out a team WMMR. And you can sign up for that at WMMR.com. Click on events, and you will see that. So Steve will be hosting that a week from this Saturday. It's a great event. I can't make it this year, and I'm really bummed out about it.
Oh,
I'm
I
sorry.
thought you were
Go
going
ahead,
to start.
Casey. You're good.
I have another. This is a butt plug, and I forgot to do this earlier this week.
We have to be so technical.
This is a butt plug.
It is a butt plug.
This doesn't count as a shot.
But we, I support our Philadelphia police force, and there is a Philadelphia police boxing match.
Oh, awesome!
That's going on tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be at the Plumbers Union Hall, which is on Southampton Road. Tickets are $25. Gates open at 2 p.m. The first fight is at 3:30 p.m. But this is all happening tomorrow. And so I wanted to do this on behalf of our friend Bill, who's a police officer, and he's not actually fighting in this one, but there are, these things are great events.
They're
and
solid
so
competitions.
If you're a fan of boxing and amateur boxing, this is the thing you want to go do.
Excellent. All right, real quick, I want to go to this call. We have Jason, and apparently his wife was the one that was in Rock, Paper, Clippers, who ended up losing. So let me go to Jason. Hey, Jason, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
Wonderful. Hey, so we were just watching the video of your wife, and I don't even remember what year that was. What is her name, by the way, Jason?
2018.
Okay. What?
That's Erica. So it was Eric and Erica.
Okay. All right. And how was the rest of that day after she got that nasty haircut?
Oh, it was amazing. She, cleaned it up and shaved it all off.
Oh, she shaved it all off.
Nice. Did it grow back in?
Yeah, a couple of times, and then she shaved it off again.
We started a new trend.
So she's a hairstylist. So I don't know if you guys recall, but you had mentioned Eric had that first date. So after the contest, Erica actually took him backstage and cleaned up his hair.
That's cute.
That's awesome. I still want to hear from him and find out how that date went.
Yes, sure.
That's cool. Sounds like we got a big delay on this phone line.
We do,
so,
yeah.
Jason, do you think you guys will join us again at Keenan's?
We are We are both off work. We are planning on heading down the night before.
Excellent. We will see you there, Jason. Thanks for the update, and we'll check in with Erica too. That's awesome, man. So May 27th is when that will be.
It's going to be crazy.
Yep. Man, there was something I was going to do.
You're going to talk about the event last night.
Thank you. Last night, me, pow. Thank you, Marky Mark. Yeah. Me, Steve, Nick, and Marissa went to the National Convention or National Constitution Center, and there was an event for the charity organization CORA.
Yes,
and they were handing out appreciation awards, and it was great because this is the first. Or one of the first big public events that we've been able to go to where it fully attended. And Rob and Caitlin were there. Rob McElhenney and Caitlin were there because their family, the McElhenney family, has been, obviously, that's how we found out about CORA. I mean, Rob's dad and Rob have been a part of that organization for a long, long, long time.
And we were so impressed.
Yeah. We had a great time last night. That the building is beautiful. I hadn't been there in a little while. It was really cool to go and hang out in the National Constitution Center for a bit. The food was fantastic. Rob and Caitlin showed up at the little pre-party that they were having, and we hung out and caught up with those guys. It was great.
Just totally. And I, as we were talking about that from the stage, about how immediately it became clear that they're just regular people. They're not. They're for all that they're doing. They're always connected through to, especially CORA, but just people in general in their lives. You see the way Rob had so many of his school buddies there. And Caitlin was just wonderful working the room and the crowd. It was wonderful.
Yeah, I was. I mean, they're such they're so in demand.
Yeah,
I'm like, we probably won't even get to talk to them, whatever. And then we hang out for like 20, 30 minutes, just chit chatting.
Yeah,
and catching up and having a good time. It was great. Nick ended up hanging out with them after the ceremonies. And everything.
I mean, Rob's whole family was there. His dad, Bob, was honored, and Bob is very, very humble and pushes off any admiration and kind words to everybody else at CORA,
which Rob spoke of from the stage.
Yeah, and so I got to chat with Bob for a little bit as well. His brother Pat was there. Pat's a photographer, works for FX. Actually, does a lot of work for like a bunch of shows on Apple TV Plus. So I got to chat with Pat for a while. His sister Katie, who now works on Mythic Quest and is a writer in LA. So Rob's brought out most of his family to Los Angeles, but he was cool because he connected with all of his Philly friends and people that he's known from like St. Joe's Prep and people that have been in his life for a really long time.
Never forgets them.
No, and they help keep him grounded. Not that he really needs help, but they are part of why he is as grounded as he is. And they are just, I can't say enough nice things about how great Rob and Caitlin both are. They're kind people. They listen to you. They're interested in what's going on in your life. And I'm grateful for the friendship.
How about how emotional Rob was getting when he was, he asked to get up and speak.
It's understandable.
And he was talking about his dad, and he was getting choked up. And
legit.
It was really sweet.
Took a long pause, collected himself, but everyone absolutely understood why they came. And honestly, what CORA does, and we kind of tried to convey it from the stage, and both Preston and I spoke about it, the fact that it is there, the people in the area who sometimes think, there's no one who's got my back. CORA is the one that'll have your back because, we just talk about falling through the cracks. There's so many different things that they have and can apply and can help you with.
It's very broad.
It's very broad.
Yeah.
And sometimes because of that, it's hard to understand exactly what it is. But you pick it up quickly when you meet the people who are receiving the assistance from CORA.
And Steve, I know you were impressed a few years ago when we did the golf event. They had a student come up and speak. And,
who had a speech impediment.
And so last night, a similar thing happened. There was an 8th grader who spoke and a 7th grader. And the 7th grader had grown up in Liberia. He learned English as a kid, but now he's living in the States and his English is impeccable. And so he got up and spoke in front of the crowd. And then this 8th grade girl who was just adorable had suffered severe anxiety her whole life.
Yeah.
And she said, if you told me a year and a half ago that I'd be up in front of this many people giving a speech, thanking people publicly, I would have said that you're crazy. And she gave this really sweet, eloquent speech, but she wouldn't have been able to do that if not for what CORA has been brought to her life. So thanks to Helene, thanks to Anne-Marie, everybody at CORA who's been kind to us over the years and invited us to be a part of these events because they really do great work. And so if you're ever interested, it's coraservices.org because they can help out a lot of people.
Yeah, we got to introduce Anne-Marie, the CEO, and she's just a great person.
She
man.
is.
Yeah, walks the walk.
talk.
She keeps getting, and it's true. The information they gave me was we were doing the thing that she actually quit twice over the years because it is a lot to do. But she is just so passionate about it that she can't. She came back and has now been at that position for about 7 years.
And by the way, they had this cool music group there.
Oh yeah,
man. They were. It was 4 stringed instruments. They were called Elegance Quartet, and Steve and I were talking to them afterwards. He's like, I think the girl's name was Jen. I'm like, you guys are really good. And we just started talking. So they had these electrified violins, viola, and cellos, and they literally were taking requests for anything. I'm like, how many songs you guys know? She's like, well, it's like 1,000.
Wow.
What? And they had this little screen you could go up and punch in whatever request you want. Like they were playing the James Bond theme. Somebody requested that. And I'm like, we need to do something with these guys. And I didn't catch the leader's name, but
very nice guy.
He came over. He's like, I've listened to you guys forever. He's like, and I listen to MMR to get ideas for songs that we play. Like they do tons of rock songs.
Yeah.
So they're called Elegance Quartet, and I just wanted to give them a little plug because they were so good. And we'll have to get them to do something.
Absolutely,
sometime.
So.
There
was something, that we were trying to accomplish last year with Rob McElhenney and Wrexham and the Philadelphia Union. And I talked to Rob after the event last night, and he said it's okay to tease it that they are very close to making this happen this year. So there's going to be an international soccer match. If everything lines up the way that they expect it to, Rob will come on the show when it's officially official.
Yeah.
But it'll be Wrexham versus the Union, and a lot of the details still need to be hammered out. But Rob is very certain is going to happen.
Tried to make that happen last year. It fell through. And when you were asking him about it, he just goes, it was so much work.
It was.
Oh, my God. He was so pissed that it didn't come together. But in hindsight, it's probably better that it didn't.
Yeah.
Because the COVID wave has gone up and down. Knock on wood. Things are steadily going in the right direction. I think it makes more sense to do it this year.
I agree.
It's going to feel better.
We put a lot of the wheels in motion last year. We had to put it on pause. And there's a documentary that's coming out about Rob McElhenney and Ryan Reynolds and Wrexham AFC. And in theory, the Preston and Steve show are going to be a part of that documentary.
Yeah.
So, Pat McElhenney, Rob's brother, is one of the photographers and videographers for that documentary. Which is cool.
We've actually been cut out, and Yuki Washington was put.
Okay. Yeah,
man.
Effing Yuki, man. Effing Yuki.
We love him, but come on, man.
It was a great time last night, and more big events on the way. Oh, by the way, they have a golf outing. CORA has this golf outing Monday, May 23rd. I'll be playing in it, and it is at the Philadelphia Cricket Club. Are you playing in that one,
I'm
guys?
playing in it as well. As a matter of fact, I got balls from the one last year, and I lost the last 3 yesterday when I was playing golf. So.
Oh, wow. Well, they lasted then. So Monday, May 23rd, you get to play Philly Cricket Club, dude. One of the premier golf courses in our area.
I will be caddying.
You can go to WMMR.com and get signed up. And some of the events, they do supply caddies for you out there. So
yeah, there's a
maybe they will
women's
for that one.
a women's golf clinic if you're interested in taking lessons. And,
Marissa.
I think Marissa participated in it last year. Or she might be doing it this year. But yeah, it's a really cool event at a great club. So yeah, the information's up on MMR and coraservices.org.
Casey, you had an event yesterday too.
I did, yeah. And I gave a nice shout yesterday to everybody over at Delaware Autism. Started with Artie Kempner. I played in the Drive for Autism. So Artie is he's a producer for Fox Sports. He does all the NASCAR races. He does Fox NFL. And so he's pretty well connected in the sports community. And he has, over the years, just dedicated so much of his time and efforts to Delaware Autism and to the Drive for Autism. And so Artie, Deanna and Joe Principe, Chris Grant, Kathy, there was just countless amounts of people that did a ton of work to make yesterday's event a success. But I also have to give a nice big shout out to the foursome. I golf with these guys that usually, in the because I've been doing this, I feel like, for like 20 years.
It's got to be close to it.
And I have watched, like literally, I watched like a little kid grow up to, this kid, his name is Robbie Badillo. He's a med student now, he's in Florida. So I didn't golf with Robbie or his father, Dr. Badillo, yesterday, but I golfed with these guys. It was the O'Flynn crew. And so I want to give a shout out to Dave and Jamie. James. I'm sorry, Dave and James. They're the O'Flynns. This guy, Ron, who was really, really cool. And then I want to give a special shout out to Carlton and then little Carlton, because at some point Carlton's zipper broke yesterday. And I was like, are we going to meet little Carlton? Because he couldn't zipper up his zipper at all. So I'm going to give a shout out to Carlton as well.
And I would like to say congratulations to a young man who 2 years in a row has won Best Dressed at this event.
Oh, my
Casey
goodness.
Boy won the award again yesterday for his ensemble.
Yeah, so now it's going to have to turn into this thing.
It
so
is.
Last year I wore my patchwork pants, and then this year I wore Kelly Green knickerbockers. With
It's a very retro look.
It is a retro look with
It's very Payne Stewart.
green Argyle socks. I even brought the whole ensemble together with my green Eagles hat, which I wore in honor of the draft last night. But yes, I am now a two-time back-to-back champion.
If you would have had a Jeff cap, that would have been full on Payne Stewart.
I have one. Couldn't find it anywhere, and I waited too long to get my outfit together on Wednesday night, and
you couldn't
so
find it?
I couldn't find it anywhere, and I was like, I guess I'm just gonna have to wear it. But so I guess next
I thought
year
you were joking yesterday when I asked what you were wearing because it was so windy and cold out, and you're like, I'm wearing knickers, and I'm like,
Yeah.
no, you're not. Yes, I am.
Well, Ron, who we were golfing with, was wearing shorts, and
Oh, my
I think
God.
he regretted that decision.
It did seem brutal. It did seem
It
brutal.
was blustery. I'll
Yeah.
tell you what. Temperature-wise, it wasn't too bad.
Oh,
at
all right, cool.
But when the wind kicked up at times, it was pretty rough. So,
All right.
yeah, good times.
All right, good times had by all, and more events coming up, man, because we got MMRBQ on the way. We have Keenan's and just more things that you can participate in, so we're back to that.
Welcome back, world.
Welcome back,
Yeah.
everybody. We got a couple of minutes, right?
Yes, we do.
We're going to get Kevin Smith on in about 15, 20 minutes or so. I saw this email, and this is kind of a public service.
All right.
It was sent to Casey.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I remember something I wanted to ask about. We talked about it this morning, but when you're done with this.
Okay, I'll keep this brief if you want.
Yeah.
It says,
whatever you want.
Gadzooks. Hey, guys, I used to hate using the dishwasher because it wouldn't get things clean. But I learned that I was doing it wrong.
Really?
Now, Casey had just mentioned yesterday that he has issues with the dishwasher not really cleaning the way that it should. And he says, I now don't pre-wash my dishes at all except to scrape big food items off. Hopefully this info will be helpful to you, and I'll try to keep it quick. So here is his key.
All right.
So you can, if you're having issues with your dishwasher, to get it to actually clean your dishes. He said, you need to add soap for the pre-wash and for the main wash. Some dishwashers have 2 compartments for this. If yours has 1 compartment, then what you need to do is add soap on the top of the flap. If you use pods, put 1 pod in the compartment and a second pod in the bottom of the dishwasher. And he explains why. He said why this works. Dishwashers will do 2 separate washes. If the first does a pre-wash for about 15 minutes, it first does a pre-wash for about 15 minutes to get rid of 90% of the mess, and you want to have soap for this. It then flushes out the really dirty water and then fills up with new fresh water. And at this point, the soap flap opens up to add soap for the main wash. If you don't add soap to both compartments or put it on top of the flap, then the pre-wash stage doesn't have any soap and it won't clean as much as you want it to.
So you have to use more soap, basically.
If you are having an issue with it, yes, then that is probably going to fix it. Other tips.
Just jam soap.
You can run the hot water in the sink until it gets hot before starting the dishwasher. This will get rid of the cold water in the pipes, and the dishwasher will be able to use the hot water from the start.
Do you use the full hot water, or do you use the sort of more lower temperatures? Like it vacillates between 2 temperatures. It's supposed to be more energy efficient. I don't believe it.
For your dishwasher?
Yeah.
I never really even look at that setting.
Hottest it can possibly go.
To me, that's the right way to go, to kill everything.
Right?
Kill it all!
All right, then in choosing detergent, it says powder is usually better than liquid, but both should work well. Usually, you only need to fill the main compartment about halfway unless you have very hard water. Pods are worse because they may use more detergent than you need, which can leave residue behind. And are more expensive, especially since you'll need to use 2. The cheapest pods usually work about the same as the more expensive ones, so get the cheapest ones if you like the convenience of pods.
Interesting.
It also says keep the rinse aid compartment filled. I don't know what the rinse aid compartment is.
Like, is that where you put, like, jet dry?
Maybe. And what does jet dry do?
It's like a Digfer.
What's a Digfer?
All I know is in the commercial it goes, mwah.
Oh, it's got a little mouth on it. The one where it's drinking, where they're pouring it in. That I find
chilling,
slightly disturbing.
Yeah, it messes up.
My toaster has a vagina.
I don't like it. Thirsty for the stuff.
I wonder what
right?
else I can stick in that. in that mouth.
Oh my God. Oh.
Right?
Why are you always leaning up against the dishwasher?
Don't fight. It doesn't have teeth. It should be good. Hang on, this is Roy who emailed in about the dishwasher. Hey, Roy.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good, man. We're reading your email.
Yeah, I saw. Everything I learned came from a YouTube video on it.
All right, and have you tried all this out?
I have, and everything just comes out super clean now. Never have to do really pre-washing or anything with it.
Okay. All right. Oh, so you don't by pre-washing you mean in the sink?
In the sink, yeah.
Okay. And then what is the rinse aid compartment?
So rinse aid, sometimes you'll have like a little extra flat that says Cascade rinse aid or like the Jet Dry or whatever.
Okay.
It just helps prevent film buildup and helps keep the dishes from getting like spots at the end.
Okay.
Oh, so sparkly.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yep.
Well, thanks for the tips, Roy. We appreciate it.
And
yeah, absolutely. Thanks for reading it.
Yep. All right. Take care, man. See ya.
thanks for thanking us for reading.
Oh my God. Thank you for thanking him for thanking us.
Yes. And thank you for thanking him. Wait, we're watching the video of the mouth.
Oh my God.
In the-
It's troubling.
Give me some of that Jet Dry.
Nom, 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 nom. It's almost like Casey's if you have that handy.
Yes, I do.
It's troubling, very troubling.
All right. Anyhow, I thought that was a little public service that
That's
you might
great.
appreciate. What were you going to bring up, Steve?
Oh, the I don't know if you guys check your Amazon for weather.
Yeah.
And
No.
over the past day and a half, it's been saying in my area, fire.
Fire weather.
What
I know.
is that?
I
is it
looked it up
dry?
yesterday
Yeah.
because of that.
Fire weather.
It's basically like perfect weather. If a fire were to start, it's like perfect weather for it to just burn out of control, like with the winds.
Wind.
Yeah.
Steve, what it is. Okay.
We were getting a few texts yesterday from listeners saying, "Are you guys going to talk about the perfect fire weather?" And I didn't know what that was referencing.
Right.
But I guess it's really dry out.
Yeah.
And the wind would allow, like, if there were to be a wildfire, it would spread quickly and easily.
That's the first time I ever heard that warning. And I'm like, is it going to start raining fire?
So where did you get the warning?
Alexa.
Okay.
Yeah, so a lot of times I'll check the weather that way just quickly as I'm getting set. And so it kept coming up with the fire weather.
What would it say?
Fire weather warning for the and then
Well, while we were on the air yesterday, my mom texted me and said, I'm getting a fire weather warning. What is that? So that's why I had looked it up. So it's the definition is a combination of strong winds and very low relative humidity can combine
there you
to
go.
extreme fire behavior.
I mean, that's something you would expect in the western part of the United States.
Absolutely.
You would hear warnings and there's a fire line and stuff like that. But I was kind of surprised. I mean, every now and then, they'll be like in the Pine Barrens.
Sure.
We've seen those wildfires.
And I
that
understand
happen.
that, but so does that mean that it was at an incredible level for them to actually include that? I had never heard anything like that. I was not prepped for it. And I'm like, what is fire weather?
Should we go outside and set something on fire?
Just to see.
No,
better?
dear God, no.
Maybe you want to be careful with like fire pits and things like that because, like with the wind, maybe an ember can fly out and catch something and then the wind will obviously, fan that. And
Do you do that thing where you light a tire on fire and roll it into the woods?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
of
it's
course.
great.
Yeah.
It's so much fun.
My dad taught me that trick. All right, interesting. All right, well, there you go. That's what that is. What do we have here?
That's just something fun.
Hang on a second here.
Do you know what day it is? It's the first of the month. It's Jet Dry Day. Give me some Jet Dry. One little bottle a month. Look at that.
Oh, my God.
No.
I've heard that sound before.
Do you know what day it is? It's the first of the month. It's Jet Dry Day. Give me some Jet Dry. One little bottle a month. Look at that.
Oh, my God.
Hey, while the husband's at work, shit on my mouth.
Wow.
What? Huh? My dishwasher's making advances at me.
All right. All right, we should take a break. And we should also give away some Jackass Forever combo packs.
Jackass.
Blu-ray Jackass. And I will give these to, how many? I'm going to give these all away.
Ooh.
I have 3 of them. There's 3 of them. Callers 8, 9, and 10, 215-263, WMMR. Johnny Knoxville and the crew are back with new friends and celebrity guests, and you can own it on Blu-ray and get bonus never-before-seen stunts, rated R, from Paramount Pictures. So we'll take those callers now. We'll give you that when we come back. Kevin Smith will be joining us. Make sure you stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Today, 93.3 WMMR celebrates our birthday by letting you call the shots. Be our guest DJ with Pierre
Get that one.
Each bag of corn coffee will feature a special message from the band, which reads, after almost 25 years of touring, making records, and playing in front of all of our amazing fans,
we still drink coffee.
One thing has remained a constant in our daily routine.
Lattes!
I was not expecting that.
I know.
Lattes! No, it says coffee. The ritual, the brew, the aroma. And most importantly, that very first cup every morning that sets the tone is something that we look forward to every day.
Well, this is interesting. We're actually watching footage of them sampling the various brews.
Yeah. It says, because of our passion, we've gotten together with a roaster and handcrafted our very own blend, coffee. It's called corn coffee.
Next up, corn licorice.
Corn recently began recording its new album in Nashville, Tennessee, by the way, but now they have corn coffee.
That's part of waking up is corn coffee in your cup.
That's right. Yeah, cup. This is...
cup.
This,
always at the ready.
Yeah, a couple.
We need to have Nick coffee or something like that.
Yeah.
Have a cup. Have a cup.
This is our new blend. It's called Nanapuya.
From the hills of Nanapia.
Yeah. Brought down by mules every day at 2 o'clock after the afternoon rain. The beans are enriched with monkey urine.
If only we had a coffee sponsor to do this for us.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
Nanapuya.
Well, that's good.
Have a cup.
Yeah, a cup.
Or no, the question would be, would you like some?
Yeah, a cup.
Yeah, no, not Nanapuya. Yeah, cup.
Come on. Yeah, a cup.
That'd be ridiculous. Do you want a thermos or a cup?
Yeah, a cup.
Okay.
Nanapaya.
Oh, one Nanapuya for table 7.
Okay.
What is that one?
That's you. That's Mini Wookie. That's Nick. So you asked, have you decided what you like, sir?
Nanapaya.
Nanapuya.
Nanapaya. I don't remember Mini Wookie.
All right. Anyhow, corn has coffee.
Corn coffee.
It's almost an embarrassment that we live in this city and that we don't. You know, I think you're right, though, Preston. Stop and check it out, at least to some degree.
Why groups of people decided that it would be a good idea to memorialize this person in that form.
Also, don't hesitate now and then to throw a rope around on it and attach to your boat hitch.
That why is intriguing to me as well. What the hell is the point of dragging a statue into the river?
But, you know, when I heard the news report it this morning, they reported it as if, like, here we go again. Now, there was only one other incident, but... Yeah.
There's a lot of statues being pulled down for various reasons, whether you had down south with the Confederate statues and things of that nature, and if they believe, well, you know, there's it's kind of the thing, but this thing seemed like, what's that about?
Yeah. Hey, what did Rizzo do that was so great that he gets a statue?
He was just a really popular mayor. I mean, like he was larger than life in a bunch of different ways in stature, and so because of his tactics, he was well known. He left his mark, good and bad, and deserved a statue as a result.
Yeah,
you're a real crumb bum.
and he gave us that.
If that, honestly, I would give him a statue just for that.
Crumb bum.
I'll take you out back bunches.
Yeah,
my arms tied behind my back.
Yeah.
I'll pound you into the pavement, I will.
That whole audio, you look like a lush to me. He's telling the reporter.
Yeah.
Would you care to talk to CBS? You look like a lush. I'll pound you into the pavement.
You want to relive that?
Yes, I do.
All right, Casey's finding the audio of Frank Rizzo when he was confronted. He wasn't happy about it. He was out walking his dog, and
maybe the Viking was the Nordic Frank Rizzo.
They were confronting him about.
You look like a lush to me. What's your story? I hit you with my shield. I'll take you out back and hit you with my shield.
Yeah. What are you?
You're a crumb bum.
You can't find it, Case?
I don't know. Here, let's
Here
try
you go,
this one.
Crumb Bum. Go,
Crumb Bum, see Frank Rizzo.
It says Rizzo.
See Crumb Bum.
This says call Stan Bowman. Here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
There is Stan Borman from Channel 3 News. Could we...
How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good.
Could we talk with you for just a moment?
No, I'm busy.
You couldn't answer any of our questions?
I wouldn't talk to you under any condition.
Why is that, sir?
Forget it. Scram. Get out of here.
Sir,
Ram. Hit the road.
Ram.
You luscia. Why?
Get away from me. I'm now a private citizen.
Yes,
you
sir.
get away from me.
We're allowed to be on the street, sir.
I don't want to talk to you. Get away from me.
How do you feel about the security guards being taken off of you, sir?
Get away from me, or I'm going to throw you out in the middle of the street.
Gonna throw you right out there.
One more question.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
You were the symbol of law and order in Philadelphia, sir, for many years. People looked
Get
up to
away
you and
from
respected
me.
you.
Look, creep, get out of here.
How could you justify your actions at our cameras last Monday in front of your
Get
house?
out. You're a creep.
We're a member of the media. We'd like to have an answer to our
You're a
question.
creep.
Why did you attack our cameras, sir?
Get it all. Don't miss any of it. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
Dude, he had great pipes.
He really
He
did.
did.
To his voice, get away from me. He could do movie trailers.
This weekend at the Community Cinema Pucks.
You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
You know, you hide behind that press card.
I'm not hiding behind anything, sir. I just wanted to get some answers.
I'll tell you what to do. There's a gang of yous here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take yous physically.
Well, I'm not asking you to take me physically.
Well, get away from me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it
Physically and mentally.
Yeah.
I'll get inside your brain.
This is after he was mayor. Yeah. You know, you think he'd be happy in retirement.
Nah, he didn't care.
Big dude, though.
Yeah.
You see him next to the reporter. He's a big dude.
Yep.
Hey, get away from me.
I think the statue.
He was
The
a cop,
statue is
right?
1-to-1 scale.
Yeah.
I'll break it over your head.
I'll break it over your head. Hang on. Let's go back.
I'll break it over your head. I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge, except I'll put my dog away and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do
1,
it
2,
along
3.
with.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Let me just put Fifi back in the house. Come on, Fifi, heel.
It is kind of a little dog, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3.
No?
No.
I can't see the dog. Oh,
No,
no,
it's a
I was
big
wrong.
dog.
I was
Yeah.
incorrect. I thought he had a little poodle with him.
Daddy loves you.
Yeah.
Daddy loves
kisses.
you. Give me love monster kisses.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna come back and kill yous all. Beat you to death with a tire iron and then dance in your blood. Who wants you to do? Who wants you to do? Gonna put you in the house now. All right, don't be scared. Daddy has to go kill the bad men. I'm coming to kill you now. Dude, calm down. Did you lose your chew toy? Did you lose your chew toy? It's under the sofa. Yeah. Wait right here. Daddy needs to go kill the reporters. Yes, I know.
Talking.
Yeah. Get up in the living room window. You want to see Daddy kill the bad men?
Yeah, that's right. Sets him up where he's got a nice view of the street.
I'm doing this for you.
Yeah.
2, 3, and I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence, just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you.
4 or 5. I tell you what, call some of the family members. Bring them out here too.
Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man.
You're a less man.
Okay, you're a crumb creep.
A crumb creep.
You're a moon creep pie creep crumb. You're creep brulee. That's what you are.
Creep brulee. Yeah.
As if someone's taken one of them little torches and fried the top of your head into like a caramelized sugary thing. You are creep brulee. You know what you like? You like one of them fancy desserts with the thin shell on top, but underneath you just pudding. Just pansy pudding, creep crumb, pansy crumb, creep creme, crumb, brulee creep creme. With sugar on top.
At this point, they've just shut up.
They just let them know.
Because they are like, we are getting gold right now. Just let this roll.
Put that on camera. You You're a crumb bum, the three of you, and I challenge you.
He wouldn't talk earlier. I'm not talking to you, right? I'm not talking to you. And now, Stan Bowman hasn't said anything for like 5 minutes.
He actually fell asleep. What are you, Stan? Are you asleep?
Wake up.
I'm sorry, I had a long night.
Where did your dog go? I put him inside, didn't you see?
There he is, and they're looking in the window there.
Just me.
Mayor Rizzo, we're
You're
not
a
here.
crumb creep coward. You can't take. You won't stand up to a man.
I'm standing up. We're not here to fight. We're here to get some answers to some questions. That's all.
I want to fight you.
Why is that?
Because you're a crumb creep lush coward.
You don't.
Crumb creep.
He keeps adding on.
Lush coward.
It started with one. Then two,
And
now
you're a Methodist.
Now he's up to
What?
he's up to 4.
I don't know. I'm running out of desserts and various disgusting things.
Are you keeping a list? Do you know, like, okay, you're a crumb, you're a creep.
Wait a second here.
You're yellow.
I keep a list for things like this. You are a jackass, crumb, creme, creep, cram, crumb. Oh, that's the wrong list. That's the potential dog names.
Thinking about getting another one, huh?
It was in Chestnut Hill.
Wait, hold on a second. Honey, where's my reported bad name list?
It's in the closet.
No, I looked in there. I was looking for the dog's chew toy. I'll get back to you. What's your number? Give me your number.
By the way, Mercy.
I remembered it.
By the way,
He gets a call late at night.
No, he calls him back later on.
Better call this guy up. Yeah. You're a yellow crumb snake.
Have a lovely
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a lovely evening.
For that creep.
Oh, you creme crumb creep cram. You're an apple crumb creep cake. A la moron.
Yeah, that wasn't that good.
Scratch that one off.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's.
I think when I try to do French desserts, it doesn't work out. I stick with the German stuff.
Oh my God.
I'm glad we revisited that.
Oh my God, I'm getting tears on my glasses here. Reality stars Todd and Julie Chrisley.
Oh my God!
Is it Chrisley knows
yeah,
best?
Chrisley knows best. It's horrible.
Yeah.
There was one weekend where there was something I was watching a marathon of on the USA Network, and every other commercial was for Chrisley knows best.
Oh God!
She's a piece of ass, though, I think.
She is, but he's got to be gay.
Yeah, I don't know who wears more makeup.
He does.
Yeah.
Well, they have.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but come on.
They have been cleared of $2 million in tax evasion charges, according to ET.
Well, there you go.
The pair who.
You've been cleared.
Why are you here? I thought you were a botanist.
Yes, but I minored in accounting.
So he.
On my home world of ET world.
It's easy to count on those big fingers you have.
Absolutely.
And numbers are universal, so.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The pair who pleaded not guilty were accused of cheating on their taxes by Georgia's Department of Revenue.
Hey, come over here. You're gay, right?
Todd said Julie.
Everything about you is highlights and the hair, and I don't know, and nothing wrong with that, but yeah, you're gay.
So Todd said Julie and I knew all along that we had done nothing wrong and that when the facts came out, we would be fine.
Well, there you go. Now, the other question is, Preston, about this video, this sex video that they were supposedly extorting their own daughter with. You know this story, right?
No.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, there's like a porn video, and
That's her daughter's in?
That's now this is a whole morass of crap. They're still trying to hash it out.
It was her and E.T., but it was just finger stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to finger blast you like you've never been blasted.
Oh, my God.
Light you up
You're
like
going
a
to
pump,
feel it
like a
down there and
jack-o'-lantern.
up in your mouth, too.
Like a jack-o'-lantern.
I'm going to turn you into a Chinese puzzle.
Oh, my God. Does he
I'm going
not
to blow your goddamn head off.
Does he not look like the villain in Lazy Town?
He does.
Yeah, Robbie Rotten.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yes, you're right.
You look like the villain in Lazy Town.
All right. He also said, this is Todd, not
Anyway,
E.T.
whatever happened to the girl in that show?
We're just glad that the Department of Revenue was willing to keep an open mind and look at the evidence.
Well, of course. He presented a good case.
Ironclad.
There he is, Preston.
There's exciting news to share with our next guest.
Oh.
You guys don't know about it. He just told me about it.
All right. Very nice.
So I think this is really cool. But first, we want to welcome him, good friend of the show. We are happy to have on the program, Mr. Kevin Smith. Via Zoom. Hey, Kev, good morning.
Good morning, kids. This is an historic trip into the Preston and Steve show. You know, many times I've phoned in. Many times I've been in the room. It's the first time I'll ever be able to smoke weed. While we're doing the interview.
Wake and bake, man. It's 6 a.m. in L.A.
Oh, I've been up since 4, my friend.
Well, yeah, we have as well. So no, that's a wonderful thing, and you're in a room that obviously you have your collectibles behind you. We love the hat, which has a Viking-esque horn thing going on.
Yep. This Boobies, my cow from all the.
Oh yes! Oh, turn it around.
Yeah. If I turn it around, you see the face.
There we go. Love it.
I never
Love
wear
it.
a hat the right way. That's a rare photo. When I die, kids, clip that photo of my hat spun the right way, because there's maybe 3 on the planet ever.
Okay. Has anybody ever made an egg and movie muffin for you before?
They have. We at the movies pop-ups that we've done, including we did one in Philly at one point. We've done the egg and movie muffins. We've done the cock smoker chicken sandwiches. We did one on a movies pop-up out here in Hollywood on 420 for a couple days. It went insanely well. There we had Jason Lee come in at night, and we did an episode of Smodcast there with like 200 people, which was fantastic. You can listen to it on Smodcast right now. He was so electric. Like, dude's always been great in the movies, but like live in front of people, he was wonderful. So we continue doing movies. We're bringing one to San Diego, one to Orlando 2 weeks from now, but at San Diego Comic-Con, we're taking over a whole place at Tin Roof Inn and turning it into a movies for the whole weekend. It's going to be fun.
Man, there's a great quick throwaway line from Chris Rock in Dogma where he goes, let's go talk about this over a chicken in a 2-piece or biscuit in a 2-piece.
Yeah.
I was just like, I love it, man. I love that you guys have that.
Chris Rock, whatever happened to that guy?
What happened to him?
Oh, my God.
It's too much. Well, you know what? Listen, for Kevin Smith and for New Jersey and for, waking and baking and all that, I mean, these are the as they say in classical literature, the best of times. It's got to be rocking your world that this is happening where you were a wee fellow growing up, that you can access the all of this stuff. What was the shot? It was over a distillery somewhere, and not a distillery, a dispensary, and the line was like around the block.
Oh,
Preston.
Belmont, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where that one was, but they were lining up like crazy.
Crazy, yeah. Have you for the ganj?
They've legalized marijuana, recreational marijuana in New Jersey, and yep. What do we have there? What are you showing us?
My own brand of weed that we make. It's called make Snoogans.
Snoogans.
Make, another one called Snoochie Boochies.
Yes, of course. You have to have that.
We make Berserker. We sell that out here in California. They sell it in Illinois, Oklahoma, a lot of weed legal states. But hopefully now that Jersey has gone legal, something that Jay and Silent Bob never dreamed of.
Right.
It plays into Clerks 3. In Clerks 3, Jay and Silent Bob have turned the RST video into a weed store because it's weed legal in New Jersey now.
That's great.
So they go legit in Clerks 3. I mean, I saw a writing on the wall. Once the state went legal, I was like, uh-oh, our boys have to kind of catch up.
All right.
So, it's we've been talking about opening a dispensary in Jersey as well, because Lord knows we've been positioned for the last almost 30 years. We've got a brand that kids can trust. Jay and Silent Bob is painting the wall, selling you weed for decades. Why not walk into a store and have them sell you weed? So hopefully we get a dispensary going in Jersey. But I celebrate the Garden State for embracing its true nature finally.
All right, you mentioned Clerks 3, and this is part of the exciting news that I wanted to reveal here. So Kevin put out.
I forgot about this until Case brought it up, and then I was like, he drops a name, and I was like, and then I started singing a thing, and he goes, yes, and I was like, oh my Lord, that's right. It traces right back to you kids.
Yeah, Casey.
And an appearance on the show.
Kevin was on the search for some music for the Jay and Silent Bob, or the Clerks 3 soundtrack. And Casey was like, I think I know who we can put him in touch with that would be perfect, because he was looking for something cool, unique, had a really unique style to it. Underground vibe. So Casey recommended Froggy.
Wow.
Perfect. To Kevin Smith. And Kevin, they're going to be in the soundtrack, right?
We're in the movie.
Oh my God.
Absolutely. The movie's locked and done. Lionsgate has it. I'm seeing, just saw posters the other day, and I'm seeing like a trailer next week. So they've been in the movie for such a long time. Ever since Case texted me, I think he was like, I think you would like these cats. Or I think we talked about it on the show. I forget what the origin.
Well, I saw it on Twitter, so I can't remember if I responded to you on Twitter or if I saw it on Twitter and then sent you a text. But either way,
me as well.
Yeah, you put the call out.
You did. I did. On Twitter, I'd put up a tweet going, hey, we've got our movie opens with MCR with Welcome to the Black Parade. One of the closing songs is Pearl Jam tune. We've got a Jefferson Starship song in there for those of us who grew up in that era. So we've got big music, but I was like, Clerks, even though it's Clerks 3, Clerks has its origin in the DIY world. It was made by a bunch of kids with no access. So for years, I've always been asked by people like, hey man, can I put music in your movie? So I put out a tweet where I was like, look, I can use plenty of music. Hit me with your best shots. And people are gifted, man. I got a lot. I got 12 songs from the soundtrack from that one tweet. All of them radio ready. All of them I ain't doing anybody any favors. They're legitimately making my art better by being included. One of the suggestions came from Case, was like, there are these 3 kids who are like a power trio, and they did this song like 7-Eleven nachos. And I was like, we're not a 7-Eleven. I was biased because I was like, we're not a 7-Eleven. We're a quick I was like, I'll give it a shot. And it is so raw and pure. It's basically like a song version of the first movie I made. Like, we have nothing going for us but talent, raw talent, and 3 instruments. We don't have any expensive equipment. We don't have a huge studio time. Like, it's just 3 kids with passion, or however many kids are in the band. So I fell in love with the song instantly, and we reached out to them, secured it. It's in the movie.
Oh, that's all. I mean,
prominently, like in a Kevin Smith movie, finding real estate where somebody's not talking is very, very difficult. That's rare breathing room. They have an entire stretch where nobody says anything. All Brian O'Halloran as Dante is closing up the store for the night, and you just hear, it buttons a joke, and then you hear and those voices kick in. Oh, I love nachos. Nachos from 7-Eleven. Beautiful. So I played it. I dropped it into the cut when I was editing, and it played so well. That we reached out and we were like, let's do it. So they're locked. They're in the movie.
We fell in love with them. Then the second we found out about them, they came out and played the Camp Out for Hunger. They're going to be at the barbecue. And the thing is that they're not, we kind of, this is interesting. We're going to sort of mimic this. They're straight up the real deal. And they're so energetic and so nice. And this could not be better news. That's awesome.
Yep. I'm sure, if they're true punk, I'm sure they're disgusted by the fact that they're on a Kevin Smith soundtrack. But it truly gives, it blends insanely well with the film. Because, again, this is the 3rd iteration of a Clerks movie. And, I started this 30 years ago, almost 29 years ago at this point. So, I can't lay claim to any sort of punk rock aesthetic anymore. I've been around long enough that, even if I'm not part of the establishment, I am the establishment. Any sort of artistry that lends you an authenticity to the work, even if it's their authenticity, and people listen to that piece of music and kind of transpose their feelings about that with their feelings about the original Clerks, it all gels very nicely as you watch it. It's very, obviously I'm speaking like a stoner.
Well, in the documentary about you, which I love, by the way,
Malcolm Ingram's documentary Clerk, it was so good.
It's so good. And so Clerks and everything about it is obviously the foundation, the bedrock of what your career has become. I mean, can you even everything to fall into place, and at this point in time to still be revisiting those characters, it's got to be on the order of a blessing you could never have anticipated.
Never. I've been trying to make a Clerks 3 for like over 10 years. And for a while, it looked like, oh, I guess it's just not going to come to be. But post heart attack, everything, the efforts got tripled where I was like, well, I'm living on borrowed time. If I hope to get anything done, I better get it done ASAP. You can't just be like, well, we'll get around to that.
Right.
You got to think about it, like get to it sooner rather than later. And thankfully, Clerks 3 kind of came together. It turned into a beautiful movie. We take it out this fall. Lionsgate has it. I can't wait for people to see it. It's the movie they hope it's going to be, and then it's a different movie they weren't expecting.
You talk about that obviously seminal moment with the heart attack, and I follow you, and you're on Instagram. You're hiking constantly. You've taken good command of your health, and you're out there and being physical. But in this case, and you joke about being you're not the main thrust, the main director, and the main thruster when Kevin Smith first burst on the scene. And while that was, I'm sure, wonderful, you've got to be enjoying this. I'm going to say it for you, whether you agree or not. This phase so much more, because it seems like you want to do it, you do it. And you're not beholden to what the quote-unquote suits at a major movie company are going to want you to do.
Which means that I'm not as rich. That's why you see me all the time, like hustling. That's why it's always like, I got something else. Like I'm talking about Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash Silver Anniversary Bash, May 7th and 8th at our store in Red Bank. We're doing a big celebration for the anniversary. The whole Clerks cast coming in, taking pictures with everybody. And then we're doing a 3-way Q&A at night. It's going to be fun. So tickets at csmod.com. So that's one thing I'm working on. Another thing I'm working on, Jay and Silent Bob slippers.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Kevin just pulled them out.
They look great.
It's their faces.
Jay and Silent Bob slippers. This to me, I know people feel like you total whore. You become crusty. But the idea, you know how many themed slippers I've bought in my life?
Yeah.
So these go on sale very, very soon at jayandsilentbob.com. They've done, look at this, man. This guy, Chogren, did this thing called Guru Askew. It's made of felt. It's like pamphlet.
Oh my God.
It's got a furry thing, and it's kind of me holding up all the things like a bullhorn for directing the movie. There's a Clerks script, microphone for talking. We make a lot of merch because I don't have one of those respectable Hollywood gigs where they pay you a lot of money to do one thing and do it well. I will never be able to do any one thing well. I'm a jack of all trades, master of none, so I spin a lot of plates. That's why it's like I got Clerks 3 this summer. Last summer, Masters of the Universe came out. I'm working on a TV show with my kid right now. We're in the midst of getting ready for Stash Bash. Like I got to spin a lot of plates because I don't do the standard thing. That's not a complaint. It's really like I couldn't even do the standard thing if I wanted to. That takes talent. So I'm holding on by my fingertips in this career. I've been in almost 30 years at this point. And so
you've always been a hustler, right? You've always, from day one. So that, and we sense you enjoy that. That's part of the thing. So it seems like you're right in your element.
There was my wife who rarely, I love her to death, but she rarely goes, hey, good for you or anything. She's just like, just do whatever you do and make sure everything's paid off on time. So the other day, I was telling her about there's a movie theater in the town we grew up in that's like up for sale. And, I was like, look, I always felt like eventually one day it'd be cool to own a movie theater. And I know like movie exhibition is a business that like right now, particularly in the pandemic, there's a reason this movie theater is up for sale.
Right.
But I always felt that like the best use of a movie theater, if you owned one, would be like during the day, at night it's a movie theater. That's when people go to the movies and stuff. Matinees, you don't get a ton of people. So you surrender the day to a film school and you have an actual film school like in a movie theater, particularly this movie theater has about 5 screens. So I was talking to the wife. I was like, buying a movie theater, investing in a movie theater, probably not the smartest thing unless I could pivot it into a film school. And I've been doing this long enough where I'm an ambassador for the Vancouver Film School, which is where I learned my trade up in Vancouver.
Right.
I've done tons of ads for the Dave School, which is a film school in Florida, amongst other places. So I was like, I know people that will build a curriculum and I could partner up with, and there's a possibility that I could do like, Buick University or Kevin Smith Film School or Jay and Silent Bob's Film School or something like that. Because again, I've got enough experience to like go like, this is how you do a thing.
Right.
And so my wife, after the conversation, I'm always hesitant to share stuff with her because sometimes she's just like, ugh, another thing. But, she like after years together, she just kind of nodded her head and walked away and stuff and said, that sounds nice. And then she sent me a text where she was like, not for nothing, I never say this to you, but I really appreciate how it never ends for you. Like, you've been doing your job and you've been doing me for decades. And like, you're always thinking of new things to do. She's like, it must be really nice to wake up every day and go like, ooh, what about this? And that's been the true blessing of the last like 3 decades is like making Clerks. And I think that's a reason I constantly come back to it and celebrate it, was me like basically building a bridge to my entire future where I just got to like make pretend for a living. I got to stay a kid instead of like doing what my dad did and having to get like a real ass job and only being young on the weekends with your children or something like that. So it's rarefied air that I breathe in.
And so how much of that is because you're stoned all the time?
That is an excellent point. I think for the last, I've been a stoner, I became a stoner on Zach and Mary. So that was 2008. So right now we're about 14 years from that.
Okay.
Flick. So for the last 14 years, which has been like basically half of my career at this point, like I have been stoned through all of it. And I personally love the second half of my career more than the first. Most people go for the first half, right. Like Clerks and Mallrats and Chasing Amy. And I'm like, I get you. But for the guy who made those movies, when I made them at first, I was so self-conscious. And then like it happened. And all of a sudden I'm learning my craft in front of people and stuff. I know exactly like who the hell I am and what I want to do now, like as an artist. And I also know what's impressive to me. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Clerks. It's a magic trick and stuff, but I'm like, Clerks, great. Could the guy who made Clerks pull off Tusk? Like, no. Like,
Right.
It took this guy to pull off Tusk. And as an artist, like, I realize I'm predicated on that guy, and I love young Kevin Smith because he got us here. He's the one that like was smart enough to be like, let's try a thing. Even if it fails, at least we tried it. And if it works, maybe we rocket to, maybe we escape Krypton before it explodes. And that's kind of like what happened. So I love young Kevin Smith, but I really love older Kevin Smith's career because it's like you said, I'm like, let me just try this. I'm going to try this.
Yeah.
But it's not all predicated on whimsy. I mean, all of it's whimsical, but a lot of it is like me figuring out, all right, how do I make the next meal? How do I pay the next bill? Because most of the stuff I do is very short-lived, like camp. You go to camp for a couple months, then it's done. You got to figure out a new project. I don't have a career that's like steady paycheck all the time. I got to figure out like where the next meal's coming from, and I just try to make it as creative for myself as possible and fun for others.
Well, you've hit the point where you've got that perfect trade-off. You do have that. Okay, I got to hustle, but you have more autonomy than you've ever had. A, and then
Yes.
and B, you're obviously more fulfilled than you ever were. And it's a point in your life. I've had it where you sort of say, the guy I was, I forgive that guy. I'm happy that guy existed because it got me to where I am now, which I really feel comfortable and confident with. And I think that if everything is going right and it is really kind of a runaway, wagon at some point, but you can stay sort of linear and get where you need to go, it's a wonderful thing to realize, hey, it actually all worked. I'm where I'm supposed to be. And you're that guy now.
You know what the key was, kids? It's lowering the bar.
It helps.
A lot of people like shoot for the moon, but I'm like, put the bar on the ground, step over it, and that's accomplishment too.
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you what, yeah.
My goals were small enough. Each one was like not a mountain I had to climb, but like a hill that like maybe took a little wind out of me. But by the time I got to the top, I was like, huzzah.
That's a hiker's philosophy.
Modify your expectations, which is what my wife did when we got married. She's been very happy for over 20 years.
By the way, a belated happy birthday to her. You took her to see Funny Girl on Broadway. And was it Beanie?
No, not Baby Newirth.
No. Who's playing Beanie Feldstein? Who played Monica Lewinsky in that series?
Yeah.
How was it?
She was so wonderful in Booksmart.
Jonah Hill's sister, is it not?
I loved it. I loved Funny Girl, and I thought Beanie was great. Full admission, I never saw the original, so I've never seen the Barbra Streisand performance. But for me, the whole thing was a discovery because I was like, oh, that's where I knew 3 of the songs. I was like, this is where they came from.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful musical, very main character focused. It all sits very squarely on the shoulders of your lead. If your lead doesn't work, the whole show doesn't work. But I thought she was great, man. I saw it in the second week of previews. We took the wife. We bought tickets to go see the Matthew Broderick and Sarah Jessica Parker, Neil Simon Plaza Suite show.
Yeah, classic.
And we bought tickets for the Funny Girl as backup, but they wound up canceling the other show because they both got COVID. Day, Matthew Broderick. That's right. And then I kept saying to my wife, I was like, they're married. If he's got it, how is she not got it? A day later, she got it too.
Right.
Our backup show became the main show, and it was absolutely wonderful. If you get a chance to go to New York, kids, go check out Beanie Feldstein in Funny Girls. It's wonderful.
I was actually up there probably a week before you, seeing Hugh Jackman as the Music Man.
That was my second show that I was going to if we had one more day. How was it?
It was awesome. And it's so funny because I wasn't, or at least I didn't think I was familiar with the musical. And then every single time they broke in the song, I'm like, oh, I know this song. I know this song. But the one song I was familiar with was because it was sung in the Wedding Singer.
Yeah.
And then Shapoopy, I was like, oh my God, yeah, Family Guy. So I had no idea how entrenched the Music Man has been in my pop culture life. And Hugh Jackman, it's just it's unfair how wonderful that guy is, and he's just super talented. He's super good looking. I hear he's really nice.
Come on, man.
He's super nice. I met him once, and I went to his house, and he lives in Manhattan on the West Side Highway. He's got the top few floors of this apartment building and beautiful views, fantastic. And he said, I was like, when I came in, I was like, this must have been paid for by Wolverine. Right. He goes, and he's very specifically X-Men 3. And I was like, good to know, man. This is how you live. Well, he's wonderful. Him and his wife, such sweet people, man. They sat there and listened to my heart attack story for a half hour, and they were at least pretended to be interested in stuff. I was meeting with him about Mitch Albom was making a hockey movie, and Mitch knows Hugh somehow, and for a red hot minute, Hugh was gonna do it, and so I went over to meet with him, and it couldn't have been a sweeter dude. So when I saw the show went up in New York City, I was like, what a dream for this guy, man. He leaves his apartment, takes a cab, maybe 10 minutes, and goes to work every night, and then the show's over, he goes back to his own home. He's not staying in some hotel. He's got
That's wild.
X-Men pad and stuff. But such a nice guy, deserved it. He was very, very sweet.
Kevin, I want to ask you about Kilroy was here and the whole mechanism behind that and the NFT stuff. And can you explain what you have going on with that?
Yeah, we're releasing with the good folks at Secret through their Legend DAO. We're releasing Kilroy was here as a NFT series, 5,555 generative pieces of Kilroy art. So you get the movie, you get everything behind the scenes and stuff, but you get this piece of art that's your Kilroy. And so, most things we own, we don't own, right?
Right.
Deep with something, you own a copy, it's not really yours. This is your copy. The ownership is a big deal in the world of cryptoverse and blockchain and stuff. And not only that, but this piece of art it's your own version of Kilroy. The thing that makes me excited about it is we're encouraging everybody with their piece of art, take it and make a thing, make a short, make a cartoon, make a short film, just like we did with Kilroy. Kilroy is a series of shorts put together. It's an anthology horror film. So the idea is you make a short from your version of Kilroy, which you own, and then we're going to put that together in the sequel, and I'll shoot a framing device. And so our sequel is generated by the people who buy the artwork in the first place.
Wow.
You can take art collector and consumer to collaborator. So it's a fun thing. If you're somebody who's like, look, I want to get noticed in the business of film, this is the easiest, quickest way to do it, man, because you make a short, it's going to be good enough, especially if you're like, I hate Kevin Smith in his movies. I'm way more talented than him. It's like, great. Then here's your chance to actually prove it. Make a little Kilroy short that's better than anyone we did. It's going to go in a movie right next to the ones that I got to do. And you know me, I'm loud. I talk about everything I do, so it's going to get exposure. So to me, I'm like, this is a great way in for a film school kid. But it's fun for the folks in the world of NFTs because there's never been a film minted as an NFT. We're the first. And so first through the door catches a lot of bullets. I've caught a lot of shit online. Sorry, watch the word. But also like in the world of NFTs in the crypto universe, a cryptoverse and the metaverse, I nothing but love, where people have been like, yes, this is the future. And when we announced it like a year ago, and when we recently announced what we're doing with the drop, which happens in May, a lot of folks that I used to work with in the studio system have reached out to be like, we're watching, because everyone wants to come into the space. They see it as the next playground.
I had a feeling, because it's so unique. And I know that this, again, it's like the Wild West right now with these things. And everyone who professes to have a real grasp of it really seems to not have a real grasp of it. So it'll be curious to see how it works out.
It's true. Web3 is going to be a real interesting time creatively, as people are figuring out that they can monetize their own futures. I mean, you could literally monetize your own future and create your own currency at this point online. So, for some people, NFTs are a scam. I've heard all manner of people talking about it, having opinions and whatnot. I always think of it as fine art. You walk into a gallery in New York and there's some people willing to pay like $20,000 for some paint splashed on a canvas. And, most of the world will think that's stupid, but that person who buys it values it to that point where like, this means something to me. You can't, art is something that's very, very tough to discern for everybody. Right. It's the reason why some people like Marvel movies and don't. It's like a matter of taste. But to me, that's what the NFT world is. It's a mixture of the world of fine arts and new media. And the idea that like you could collaborate in this field. I couldn't do, like we just made Clerks 3 with Lionsgate. If I turn around to Lionsgate and says, oh, I want to release this movie as an NFT, they'd be like, you're out of your mind. And if I was like, I want to do the sequel with a bunch of people that own their own pieces of the movie, it's like, they'd be like, you can't legally do that. We would need contracts galore. In this new medium, you can play and you can try things and be experimental. So it's fun. It's just one more thing to play in. And hopefully people don't see it as threatening and come and play as well.
Yeah.
So speaking of playing, Kevin, I have a hockey-related question for you. I went up and saw the Devils. I'd never been to the Prudential Center before, and I went up and saw a game.
Oh, isn't the Rock beautiful?
Well, first of all, gorgeous facility. I was so impressed by it. Devils fans also, I was listen, they've had a crappy season just like the Flyers had. The reason I went was it was Claude Giroux's first game back in the area, so he played up at the Rock against the Devils. It was a lot of fun. It was cool to see the Panthers. It was cool to see the Devils. But you've been in LA for a long time, and I'm curious as to whether or not your hockey allegiances have shifted to the West Coast, because the Devils have struggled lately, and the Kings have been pretty good. They've won a couple of cups. So does if you're an East Coast guy and you move to the West Coast, do your allegiances change?
Do I look like the kind of
seriously?
guy? Do I look like the kind of guy who identifies with winners, my friend? No, I'm a loyalist, man. You stick with me, and the Devils brought me into not just hockey but sports in general. I was never a sports kid growing up, and I grew up in the epicenter of the sports world, man. Yankees, Mets, Flyers, Eagles, on and on, all around us. And never once did it capture my imagination. Never once did my father try to drag me into a sport. He liked boxing, so we watched boxing a lot. But boxing, I was always bored by, because I'm like, if they're going to hit each other, put on masks, put on tape. And my father was so embarrassed by that. So for me, it was Walter Flanagan, who was on Comic Book Men with us for years, and from Tell 'em Steve Dave. His podcast with Brian Johnson, I keep explaining, and Brian Quinn from Impractical Jokers. Walter was the one that brought me into playing hockey at the Highlands Recreation Center, first street hockey, and then bringing me up to Devils games. And he was like a diehard Devils fan from the year the franchise moved over from Colorado or Kansas. I forget which one it was.
Yeah, Kansas.
Colorado. I think they were both Kansas and Colorado. So at a certain point, he brought me into the Devils. And whenever I think of the Devils, it's not just what they've done, the cups they've won. It's not just like the Devils that I've met over the years and the involvement that I've had with the organization, and many times that I've worn the crest proudly on my own chest. It's all also very emotionally tied into those early moments of my friendship with Walter. So I can't have that with the Kings. I can't have that with another team. I did have a love affair and still remain deeply in love with the Edmonton Oilers based on a deep abiding passion for Wayne Gretzky that I had during my what I could assume was a midlife crisis. But leaving the Devils behind, adopting a new team is just not in the cards for me. You know, on a certain level, I'm sure there will be a piece of my body wearing some piece of Devils paraphernalia when they close the lid on the world.
No, that's quiet. Well, you mentioned
Oh, Jesus.
You were in Breaking Bad, right?
That making El Camino a Breaking Bad movie was a blast. He said that
I don't really direct, and you ask any critic, they'll tell you like he hasn't been doing that for years. But I host the movie, and there's a lot of speeches. Like I'm always telling everybody where we are. I narrate the whole movie and let them know and stuff. But there was one day, it was I think it was the last day of production, where I gave them the flyer speech, where everybody was gathered, and we had a crew of about 100 people and stuff, and we couldn't all be in the same space. Quick Stop is very small, and we shot in New Jersey at the Quick Stop. So a lot of people, since it was COVID, we were zoned out into areas like the red zone, green zone, yellow zones to keep people safe, and we never got any COVID on set, thank the Lord. We never got shut down. Getting shut down would have been tough for us because we were a low-budget movie. So we would gather people outside. We owned the street for like 2 weeks, so the street was shut down. So we bring everybody outside, and I gave them a speech where I said, "Look, I was like, some people in the area might remember this. Some people are hockey fans will know this. And if you're a Flyers fan, you definitely know this. I was like, there's a great man named Freddie Shero who wrote on the chalkboard before the Flyers went on to win their first cup a profound quote that I've deeply loved my whole life. And I think it's applicable here. Win together today, and we will walk together forever. I was like, what we're doing right now, this is it. We just spent all of our time making what people are going to see as Clerks III for good or for bad. And this is it. And we're about to hopefully stick the landing. And together, like, I'll remember all of you because we win together today. You will be beside me for the rest of my life, whether I see you or not. You are the people with whom I did the thing I wanted to do. I ascended. So I thank you for this very important Freddie Shero moment in our lives. And some people got it, and some people are like, geez, can't this guy just, like, make a movie? Shut up.
No, it's great. Well, we have to ask, because you did mention capes and masks, superhero-wise. What did you think of the Batman, Matt Reeves, the Batman?
Is the Batman movie that as a kid I dreamed about.
Absolutely.
Like, not as a kid, because when I was a kid, it was Adam West.
Right.
But, you know, from the 80s forward, late 80s forward, from Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns forward, you know, you were like, man, why can't they just treat it seriously? And Chris Nolan did that, and you were like, wow, what a deadly serious treatment of the character. And I would say Zack Snyder did also deadly treatment, serious the character. And now Matt Reeves is doing the same thing. Everybody wants to make him work in the real world. Zack Snyder less so. His was definitely more comic booky and with missiles and stuff like that. Not a criticism. Don't want to hear from the Snyderverse people. I love those movies. But the Batman is like, let's make it as absolutely realistic as possible. Kind of like that Batman Earth One book that they did a few years ago that Jeff Johns did.
Right.
Like, make it pragmatic, make it understandable. He may be rich, but it's not like everything. He's got a gadget for everything. He's more a guy in self-styled armor, figuring it out. They took a year to approach. I thought it was wonderful. It was better than any Batman movie I could have made.
It was sensational, and the whole tone and the fact that he spends about 85% of the movie in as Batman, is a guy who wants to be Batman more than he wants to be Bruce Wayne. Yeah, it was amazing.
My only beef with the movie is very tiny beef, and it was more humorous than anything else. Is they got those two scenes where he shows up at the door, and he's like, "You know who I am?" And they're like, "Yeah, you're Batman," and then give him crap, and he punches people. And then he shows up as Bruce Wayne, and he goes, "You know who I am?" And they're like, "Bruce Wayne." And I know it's meant to illustrate that, like, boy, that mask, difference or whatever. I just wanted him to change his voice a little bit.
Right.
You're acting like Batman even when you're not Batman. So I love when somebody does the dichotomy. Like, remember when Christian Bale was drunk in Batman Begins? He's like, "Everyone leave. I'm not kidding. Get out." He never sounded Batman-like. And then he drops the facade. Ben had a wonderful moment in Batman v Superman, I think it was, where, Misty, Lex Luthor's assistant, I think it was, comes looking for him. Maybe Misty is the wrong name. And opens the door, and he's trying to put a tracer, in the electronics room. And then he's like, "Oh, I got lost looking for the bathroom." And he's like, "I like those shoes." Like, that's it did not sound like Batman. So, and Michael Keaton had his kind of distracted Bruce Wayne.
Yes, right.
I look forward to his forthcoming Batman in the Flash. But his take on Bruce Wayne was was baffled as Bruce Wayne, and he was himself as Batman. And he also lowered his voice as Batman. And this was the first time that an actor didn't differentiate with one scene, or the director, I can't lay it at the actor's feet, didn't differentiate with one scene where you're like, all right, there's Bruce Wayne and there's Batman. But that works in this movie because it's year 2 and he's still figuring out how to do this. So you get away with it in the structure of this story.
I loved it. And I wanted to ask you, and we've talked about this.
Did you hear how I just gave Matt Reeves permission like that? I was like, oh, he gets away with it.
He's comfortable now. I'm sure Matt would take that to heart. So with everything that's going on, I've had this discussion a number of times with, so you have Moon Knight out, you have you have all of these different things.
God, how fantastic is the latest episode of Moon Knight?
It started slow, and I'm like, sweet mother of God, sweet mother of God.
No spoilers, please.
Okay, we're not going to spoil.
I'm telling you, the only spoiler I'm going to give you is give yourself some time with it and bring a box of tissues.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, what they're pulling off. Just a quick question about: are we hitting glut point now? I think that's been the conversation for a while. Is when is it going to? Is there too much coming out? And is it coming out too rapidly? And is it just by its very weight dropping the quality of what we're getting? Do you think there's any?
Based on the most recent episode of Moon Knight alone, and a forthcoming projection on the forthcoming Doctor Strange, which we're going to have in a week.
Mm-hmm.
I say it's in the, it's how it's handled.
Yeah.
Basically, you're finding something new to do with that material. If it's not just like, he's a good guy, he's a bad guy, and they're fighting, or he's an anti-hero and he's against establishment and they're fighting. We just had Morbius come out, and the internet has dubbed it Monthbius. There's a podcast whose name escapes me that says we're still in the midst of Monthbius. Morbius came out, and people were like, meh, like nobody really cared. The Batman came out before, and people were like, yeah. Now, what's the difference? Many differences between the characters and stuff, but Morbius is a brand new story nobody's heard, and the Batman is an old story that we all know, including villains that have been done before. The difference is how the material is handled. Matt Reeves, elevated the Batman into something where people are like, yeah, this is a well thought out story and a take on the character that, even though it's familiar, it's brand new to me. Whereas Morbius was a brand new character with a brand new take, but the way it was handled, I guess people didn't go for it. So
I liked it.
I don't think there's such a thing as a glut. I think it's basically if something is well done or there's a new approach to it. And in the most recent episode of Moon Knight, it elevates the genre where you're like, look, I know what this thing was supposed to be coming into it. This is way better.
Yeah.
This is way deeper. The thing I thought they were going to give me, they gave me something even better. And if you could find a way to do that, then there's no such thing as too much. But not everything is going to be the latest episode of Moon Knight. Some things are just going to be like, he's a good guy and he's a bad guy, and we're establishing the story. But this is only chapter 1, and some people don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
Some people are like, give me my own story that resolves itself. So I feel like I had an experience and you told me a complete story and you didn't just set me up for a bunch of other movies I'm now responsible for watching. Marvel didn't do that in the beginning. Marvel never announced, we're doing this, and you're going to have to see everything else. What they did is they just gave us, each time, they gave us something so delicious that we just kept following them.
Yeah.
And they slowly built something that they didn't realize they were building, and they've suddenly figured out, oh yeah, we can run this like a TV show, man, where it's like, here's a season, and then here's a season finale. Or just like in comics, here's a bunch of issues, and here's a big, fat, giant-sized annual that's going to tie it all together.
Yeah.
So as long as you're doing it well, people will follow. You
And
know,
by
it's
the
like-
way, when you say bring a box of tissues, you're not saying bring a box of tissues and lotion. You're saying it's so emotional that you're going to be crying.
It's Marvel, so both.
It's true.
But definitely this one, it's more emotional
All
than
right.
anything else. But as a storyteller, for me, it was more celebratory because, like, at the end of it, they stuck the landing where I was like, I can't believe this is where they're taking Moon Knight. I'm here for it.
It'll rock your world, definitely.
I love it. All right, listen, Kev, we got to break because we got to a contest we got to stay on time with. But just a reminder, Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash Silver Anniversary Bash, Saturday, May 7th, so a week from tomorrow.
Excellent.
And Sunday as well. So Mother's Day is going to be there in Red Bank, and you can get tickets at smodcast.com. And the whole Clerks cast is going to be there, right?
Yeah, we're all taking pictures. Brian, Jeff, Marilyn, Trevor from Clerks 2, played Elias, me, Jay, bunch of other cats. We take pictures with you in front of the fake Quick Stop in the back of Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash. And then at night, we do a show at the Atlantic Highlands Movie Theater, three-way Q&A, which is a really fun thing.
Awesome.
So, yeah,
Love it.
csmod.com is where they can get tickets. Philly, it is an hour-and-a-half drive from you.
You can do it.
It's close.
Yep.
Yes, you got to come down.
Absolutely. All right, brother. We love you. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for putting Froggy in your movie.
Yes.
We're stoked about that.
Thank you for the suggestion, man. I'm telling you, like, it made the movie better. It was a great suggestion, Case. I appreciate it.
Excellent. All right, Kevin Smith. Thanks, Kevin. We'll see you, man. How cool is that?
I mean, that sounds frigging real.
They're going to be Casey. If you missed the earlier part of the interview, Kevin is putting this song, 7-Eleven Nachos from Froggy and Clerks 3, per Casey's suggestion. Pretty badass. All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back in a second when we return. Concert, Cash, and the B File.
Preston and Steve on 93.3
Larger than life in a bunch of different ways and stature.
Yeah.
And so because of his tactics, he was well known. He left his mark, good and bad, and deserved a statue as a result.
Yeah.
You're a real crumb bum.
And he gave us
That. If that, honestly, I would give him a statue just for that.
crumb bum.
I'll take you out back, bunches.
Yeah.
My arms tied behind my back.
Yeah.
I'll pound you into the pavement, I will.
That whole audio, you look like a lush to me. He's telling the reporter.
Yeah. Would you care to talk to CBS? You look like a lush. I'll pound you into the pavement.
You want to relive that?
Yes, I do.
All right, Casey's finding the audio of Frank Rizzo when he was confronted. He wasn't happy about it. He was out walking his dog, and
maybe the Viking was the Nordic Frank Rizzo.
They were confronting him about.
You look like a lush to me. What's your story? I hit you with my shield. I'll take you out back and hit you with my shield.
Yeah. What are you?
You're a crumb bum.
You can't find it, Case?
I don't know. Here, let's
Here
try
you go,
this one.
Crumb Bum. Go,
Crumb Bum, see Frank Rizzo.
It says Rizzo.
See Crumb Bum.
This says call Stan Bowman. Here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
There is a Stan Borman from Channel 3 News. Could we...
How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good.
Could we talk with you for just a moment?
No, I'm busy.
You couldn't answer any of our
I
questions?
wouldn't talk to you under any condition.
Why is that, sir?
Forget it. Scram. Get out of here.
Sir, I...
Ram.
Hit the road.
Ram.
You lush ya.
Why?
Stand up, please.
Get away from me. I'm now a private citizen.
Yes,
you
sir.
get away from me.
We're allowed to be on the streets, sir.
I don't want to talk to you. Get away from me.
How do you feel about the security guards
Get
being
away
taken off
from
of you, sir?
Get away from me, or I'm going to throw you out in the middle of the street.
Gonna throw you right out there.
One more question.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
You were the symbol of law and order in Philadelphia, sir, for many years. People looked
Get
up to
away
you and
from
respected
me.
you.
Look, creep, get out of here.
How could you justify your actions at our cameras last Monday in front of your
Get
house?
out. You're a creep.
We're a member of the media. We'd like to have an answer to our question.
You're a creep.
Why did you attack our cameras?
Get it all. Don't miss any of it. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
Dude, he had great pipes.
He really
Listen
did.
to his voice. Get away from me. He could do movie trailers.
This weekend at the Community Cinema Pucks.
You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
You know, you hide behind that press card.
I'm not hiding behind anything, sir. I just wanted to get some answers.
I'll tell you what to do. There's a gang of yous here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take you physically.
Well, I'm not asking you to take me physically.
Well, get away from me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it
physically and mentally.
Yeah.
I'll get inside your brain.
This is after he was mayor. Yeah. You know, you think he'd be happy in retirement.
Nah, he didn't care.
Big dude, though.
Yeah.
You see him next to the reporter. He's a big dude.
Yep.
Hey, get away from me.
I think the statue. Yeah, the statue's 1-to-1 scale.
Yeah.
I'll break it over your head.
I'll break it over your head. Hang on. Let's go back here.
I'll break it over your head. I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge, except I'll put my dog away and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do
1,
it
2,
along
3.
with.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Let me just put Fifi back in the house. Come on, Fifi, heel.
It is kind of a little dog, right?
Yeah.
3.
No?
No.
I can't see the dog. Oh,
No,
no,
it's a
I was
big
wrong.
dog.
I was
Yeah.
incorrect. I thought he had a little poodle with him.
Daddy loves you.
Yeah.
Daddy loves
kisses.
you. Give me love monster kisses.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna come back and kill you all. Beat you to death with a tire iron and then dance in your blood. Who wants you to do? Who wants you to do? Gonna put you in the house now. All right, don't be scared. Daddy has to go kill the bad men. I'm coming to kill you now. Calm down. Did you lose your chew toy? Did you lose your chew toy? It's under the sofa. Yeah. Wait right here. Daddy needs to go kill the reporters. Yes, I know. Yeah. Get up in the living room window. You want to see Daddy kill the bad men?
Yeah, that's right. Sets him up where he's got a nice view of the street.
I'm doing this for you.
Yeah.
2, 3, and I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence, just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you.
4, 5. I tell you what, call some of the family members. Bring them out here too.
Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man.
You're a less man.
Okay, you're a crumb creep.
A crumb creep.
You're a moon creep pie creep crumb. You're creep brulee. That's what you are.
Creep brulee.
Yeah. As if someone's taken one of them little torches and fried the top of your head into like a caramelized sugary thing. You are creep brulee. You know what you like? You like one of them fancy desserts with the thin shell on top, but underneath you just pudding. Just pansy pudding, creep crumb, pansy crumb, creep creme, crumb, brulee creep creme. With sugar on top.
At this point, they've just shut up.
They just let them know.
Because they are like, we are getting gold right now. Just let this roll.
Put that on camera. You're a crumb bum, the 3 of you, and I challenge you.
He wouldn't talk earlier. I'm not talking to you, right? I'm not talking to you. And now, Stan Bowman hasn't said anything for like 5 minutes.
He actually fell asleep. What are you, Stan? Are you asleep?
Wake up.
I'm sorry, I had a long night. Where did your dog go? I put him inside, didn't you see? There he is, and they're looking in the window there.
Just me.
Mayor Rizzo,
You're a crumb creep coward. You can't take. You won't stand up to him.
I'm standing up. We're not here to fight. We're here to get some answers to some questions. That's all.
I want to fight you.
Why is that?
Because you're a crumb creep lush coward.
You don't.
Crumb creep.
He keeps adding on.
Lush coward.
It started with 1, then 2.
And
Now
you're a Methodist.
Now he's up to 4.
What?
He's up to 4.
I don't know. I'm running out of desserts and various disgusting things.
Are you keeping a list? Do you know, like, okay, you're a crumb, you're a creep.
Wait a second here.
You're yellow.
I keep a list for things like this. You are a jackass crumb, creme, creep, cram, crumb. Oh, that's the wrong list. That's the potential dog names.
Thinking about getting another one, huh?
It was in Chestnut Hill.
Wait, hold on a second. Honey, where's my reported bad name list?
It's in the closet.
No, I looked in there. I was looking for the dog's chew toy. I'll get back to you. What's your number? Give me your number.
By the way, Marissa.
I remembered it.
By the way,
He gets a call late at night.
No, he calls him back later on.
Better call this guy up. Yeah. You're a yellow crumb snake.
Have a lovely
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a lovely evening.
For that creep.
Oh, you creme crumb creep cram. You're an apple crumb creep cake. A la moron.
Yeah, that wasn't that good.
Scratch that one off.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's.
I think when I try to do French desserts, it doesn't work out.
Spitballing.
I'll stick with the German stuff.
Oh my God.
I'm glad we revisited that.
Oh my God, I'm getting tears on my glasses here. Reality stars Todd and Julie Chrisley.
Oh my God!
Is it Chrisley knows
yeah,
best?
Chrisley knows best. It's horrible.
Yeah.
There was one weekend where there was something I was watching a marathon of on the USA Network, and every other commercial was for Chrisley Knows Best.
Oh God!
She's a piece of ass, though, I think.
She is, but he's got to be gay.
Yeah, I don't know who wears more makeup.
He does.
Yeah.
Well, they have.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but come on.
They have been cleared of $2 million in tax evasion charges, according to ET.
Well, there you go.
The pair who.
You've been cleared.
Why are you here? I thought you were a botanist.
Yes, but I minored in accounting.
So he.
On my home world of ET world.
It's easy to count on those big fingers you have.
Absolutely.
And numbers are universal, so.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The pair who pleaded not guilty were accused of cheating on their taxes by Georgia's Department of Revenue.
Hey, come over here. You're gay, right?
Todd said Julie.
Because everything about you is highlights and the hair, and I don't know, and nothing wrong with that, but yeah, you're gay.
So Todd said Julie and I knew all along that we had done nothing wrong and that when the facts came out, we would be fine.
Well, there you go. Now, the other question is, Preston, about this video, this sex video that they were supposedly extorting their own daughter with. You know this story, right?
No.
I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah. There's like a porn video. And
Is it her in?
That's, now, this is a whole morass of crap. They're still trying to hash it out.
It was her and E.T., but it was just finger stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to finger blast you like you've never been blasted.
Oh, my God.
Light you up
You're
like
going to feel it down there and up in your mouth, too.
Like a jack-o'-lantern.
I'm going to turn you into a Chinese puzzle.
Oh, my God. Does he
I'm going
not
to blow your goddamn head off.
Does he not look like the villain in Lazy Town?
He does.
Yeah, Robbie Rotten.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yes, you're
You
right.
look like the villain in Lazy Town.
All right. He also said, this is Todd, not
Wait,
E.T.
whatever happened to the girl in that show?
We're just glad that the Department of Revenue was willing to keep an open mind and look at the evidence.
Well, of course. He presented a good case.
Ironclad.
There he is, Preston. There's a
Yeah.
a little bit.
Robbie
around
Rotten.
the teeth.
Looks a little bit like him. All right, Aaron Paul tells E.T.
Oh,
Jesus.
You were in Breaking Bad, right?
That making El Camino a Breaking Bad movie was a blast.
Crystal meth.
He said that we were really, truly such a family, and it felt like a crazy sort of messed up family reunion, just telling the same old messed up story.
I had a family on Earth with Elliot and his brother and sister.
Miley Cyrus is asking her followers to send good vibes amid her recent hospitalization.
God almighty, that's the least we can do.
Yeah, I know. On Tuesday,
I was vibing last night. I don't know if she received them.
well, she has tonsillitis, so thoughts and prayers, folks. On Tuesday, the singer revealed on her Instagram stories that she had been admitted to a local hospital just one day after sharing on the social media platform she was suffering from tonsillitis.
In the series of pics that featured Miley in her hospital gown, she explained how she was trying to get better before this weekend's Gorilla Palooza.
What the hell?
It's an entire concert series performed by gorillas.
No, it's a charity event hosted by Ellen DeGeneres' The Ellen Fund.
For her gorilla sanctuary.
That is correct, yeah. Well, to raise global conservation efforts.
Right.
She had written, hoping the rock star gods send me a boost of badass and help me kick this S to the curb where it belongs. We got gorillas to save.
I love the way she talks.
She captioned a somber hospital bed selfie that showed an IV in her arm.
I don't feel so good.
You don't feel so good?
I don't feel so good.
Okay.
I hope my voice, everyone send some good vibes because I want to be able to perform for Gorilla Palooza.
Oh, gross.
Shut up, Kathy.
Yeah, right?
From there.
Hi, everyone. I'm in the hospital because I have tonsillitis and I want my voice to get better for Gorilla Palooza.
You have tonsillitis and you want your voice to get better.
Gorilla Palooza.
Because you're afraid you'll lose it.
Yeah.
Something like that.
For gorillas.
From there, Miley changed tones and began to get more optimistic about her current situation, opening up about how looking good, about how looking good can make a person feel good.
Yeah, she's right.
Practicing what she preached, the singer showed off her oversized hospital gown that she cheekily redesigned to be more form-fitting, low-cut, and sleeveless.
Time for the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways to do it. You can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. And if you want to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, well, you just enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $500 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners receive 2 free tickets to the MMRBQ. Now, winners will get a call from our company, Beasley, so make sure that you do answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it's brought to you by AAA Distributor. So the word again is obvious. OBBIOUS. Good luck to you. Let's take a final look at traffic. What's happening, Kathy?
We still have a closure in Burlington County, Route 130 northbound between Jacksonville Road and Columbus Road. That's closed because of down wires. Also, just in case, I was like, we'll do this.
I am trained because when we do these live commercials, I'm the one that hits the button that takes us into our next element. And if somebody says call 1-800-GAMBLER, like I am hardwired to hit a button to go. And Kathy normally does the outro of the traffic. Is that your traffic on 93.3 WMMR? And the other day she said 1-800-GAMBLER. I'm like, boom. Like, I am so sorry, man.
Get it.
But now I can do this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Coors Light. And, of course, we, the Preston and Steve Show, are headed back to Keenan's in North Wildwood Friday, May 27th to officially open the Jersey Shore. Be there starting at 6 a.m. Brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill. All right, I'm going to start with this story. An American family caused havoc at Israel's Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv yesterday when they tried to transport an unexploded artillery shell through airport security.
So does the airline consider that a risk?
The tourists found the shell while traveling in the Golan Heights, in the Golan Heights, explained Israel airport authorities. Israel captured the Golan Heights from Syria in a war in 1967 and annexed a narrow strip of land in 1981. The area is considered occupied territory. And upon arrival at the airport, the American travelers declared the shell to airport security at luggage drop-off, and airport staff announced an evacuation. Video circulating on social media shows people panicking, running behind pillars, and cowering on the ground. One person was reported injured in the incident, an Israeli passenger who ran onto the luggage conveyor belt amid the chaos. After a security incident was ruled out, the evacuation of the terminal was canceled. The American travelers were interrogated by airport authorities. I would imagine that the Israeli authorities were quite thorough in their in questioning of these people, but they were subsequently allowed to board their flight. Airport authorities said the incident is currently under operational investigation. The injured individual was taken to the hospital. Ben Gurion International Airport has long been considered one of the safest travel hubs in the world due to its multiple layers of security checks.
And they make you put your live rounds in the overhead compartment, right?
Yeah, you can't check that.
No.
You have to carry that on, yes. All right, crews recovering a helicopter that crashed in Lake Apopka in Florida on Tuesday said they discovered a second helicopter in the waterway Wednesday morning. Deputies said the second helicopter also went down into the lake on Tuesday later in the day. So 2 helicopters crashed in the same lake. They didn't even know about the first one when they were going to get the second one out.
Boy, do we have egg on our faces.
Deputies said the pilot of the second helicopter is safe and that the FAA and NTSB have been notified about the discovery.
The guy has to swim to shore himself. He's like, what the hell?
Investigators said the pilot in Tuesday's first crash was brought to shore by a private boat and that they were the only person on board the aircraft at the time of that crash. We'll stay in Florida for a moment. Legless amphibians called caecilians, more commonly known as rubber eels and more memorably known as penis snakes.
Penis snakes.
Have been discovered in South Florida. The slippery creatures were first found not far from Miami International Airport in a canal in 2019.
Those are the spitting penis snakes.
Caecilians can quite vary a bit in length and from a couple of inches all the way up to 5 feet long.
Wow, no penis should look like that.
The specimen captured at the canal measured 2 feet long. They tend to thrive in shallow, warm bodies of water with aquatic vegetation. In certain areas of the canal do fit those criteria, but there is still a lot about the penis snake that scientists have yet to learn. They said very little is known about these animals in the wild, but there's nothing particularly dangerous about them, and they don't appear to be serious predators.
But research is expanding, correct?
Yeah, it is expanding. It's they're getting hard evidence on that right now. The New York State Department of Environmental Conservation posted a video to Facebook showing a curious black bear walking up to a home and opening up the storm door. Man, there are more and more of bears
just
opening doors, opening car doors.
Up, everybody! Hey!
And, I mean, their ability to actually use work mechanisms now is starting to be more widely reported.
Hi, I'd just like to leave a copy of the Watchtower here.
The animal leaves after being unable to open the wooden door behind it. The department didn't identify the location of the home, but said that the video should serve as a reminder that bears are becoming more active as temperatures warm up, and residents should take measures to ensure their homes are secured from the animals.
There was more footage from this area. People had gone out to walk their small dog, and a bear came charging after them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, in Nebraska, a woman was arrested Wednesday because she brought along her children while she was vandalizing a local business.
Come on, kids.
Around 11 p.m. on Tuesday, Emily Anderson drove to Yankee Hill Brick and Tile with her 2 children.
You don't vandalize that?
She entered the business with one of her children through an unlocked door at the north building. Inside, she started to knock over shelving, toss toolboxes, and rip open bags of materials.
Shouldn't there be a kinder care specifically for thieves and vandalizers?
With spray paint cans she found inside, she sprayed the words Anderson, which is her last name, and mine onto the building.
Okay.
Who did this?
Afterwards, she drove to the
Somebody named Mine.
South building and entered it with one of her children. Anderson and her child then threw chairs, rocks, trash, and toolboxes around.
Well, families a lot of times don't get to do things together.
Around this time, an employee reported that an unknown vehicle was parked at their business. When deputies arrived, they found 2 small children outside of the vehicle and Anderson in the doorway of the business with no shoes on. While being interviewed by deputies, Anderson admitted to taking property from the business and spray painting the building.
I told you guys about the time me and my friend Patrick spray painted his the grandpa's garage
with your names.
With our names.
Yes.
Did you do this? No.
He is having a sexual relationship with Mona Lisa.
Wow.
Domingo Zapata has been dubbed the next Andy Warhol and says that he's been obsessed with the Mona Lisa for over a decade and dreams of having sex with the woman in the famous portrait, which he uses as the basis for many of his iconic reinterpretations.
You know he's not dreaming of handies.
Zapata rose to fame with his digital takes on the Mona Lisa, and they've sold for large sums of money and are being displayed in the Louvre in Paris. So he's legit, in the art world.
And in the perversion world.
He claims his success is due to the intimate bond that he has formed with the relationship that never goes away.
This guy looks like a werewolf.
He said, apparently you keep going back to it and you cannot move on even after 100 versions. I'm working on one right now. He said, it's a mess.
By the way, the Mona Lisa, I don't think is very attractive at all. As I was cited as
average looking.
Yeah. Of her time, maybe she was a looker.
Would you buy her a drink if she was at the Ursinus bar case?
Well, Ursinus, what time of the day is it?
And how many drinks do I have?
And how many drinks do I have in? Because possibly.
Yeah.
But by the way,
that it's a self-portrait, that it's actually Da Vinci?
We've heard that. Yeah, I've heard, I've heard that.
Okay.
I'm speaking like a royal. We've heard that.
But this guy, is his name literally Sunday Shoes? Is that what the translation of his name is?
Domingo Zapata.
Okay.
Oh, I did not know that. Zapata is shoes?
I think so.
I'm obsessed with paintings.
Yeah.
Donde es la zapateria? Right? Where's the shoe store?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sunday Shoes.
I learned
Sunday
that
shoes?
from Pulp Fiction.
Oh, wait a minute. What part? What scene?
I don't even remember, but somewhere, I think it's Bruce Willis says zapateria. And that's in my brain.
Oh, because he and the girl, when he gets the money, they're going to go and live in a Spanish-speaking country.
Oh, they start practicing their Spanish. That's right. Okay.
Is it?
And there you go. That anybody else? Anybody want to add anything else?
What do you think about the Venus de Milo?
I saw the Venus de Milo. I was
slutty, right?
I went to the Louvre. And,
no arms.
No arms on that.
The hell?
Yeah, it's all mouth.
What a jip.
David and Winged Victory.
Sure.
Was another big one.
You know, at the time, though, when you go through a museum that large, it's like with the Smithsonian, at a certain point, you're like, yeah, Hope Diamond. Great, let's go.
I know.
Well,
I know. You need to take it in pieces or you're going to stop appreciating it.
Spirit of St. Louis. I'm out of here.
Rochelle and I, when we go, we went to the Barnes, or if we go to the Philadelphia Museum of Art, any of these museums, the first half hour is very respectful, and you take the time and you're looking at all. Oh my God, that's a Rembrandt, like that's a real one right there, and you're looking at it and you're appreciating it. And after about 30 minutes, we start playing a game. So the game we play is you don't look at the title of the work. You try to, what do you think is the title?
Right.
Okay.
And then we see how close we come to it. Or if it's of people, we give them dialogue. We give them dialogue. We give them something they've said or they're saying to each other, or if there's multiple people, and not even looking to see that. Oh, that's a Van Gogh. You know what I mean?
You know what I do?
You don't go.
I don't go.
Yeah.
Well, I did see the Mona Lisa at the Louvre, and then Steve, when we were walking out, we were literally at the exit. I go, oh wait, the Venus de Milo's here. Should we go see that? And I was like, no, it's just too big.
No.
This place is.
No.
It took us forever to find the Mona Lisa.
I want a chocolate croissant.
Well, I got a chocolate eclair, actually.
All right. Well, anyhow, that's it in the Beat File. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. There's still about a minute left for you to enter the word obvious, so make sure that you do that right now. It's your chance to win $500 in MMRBQ tickets. So the word is obvious. We'll be back in just a sec. Stay with us.
Wow.
Unbelievably enchanting.
Yeah, just a beacon of light.
Just a beacon of light and
dark
hope.
world.
And gorilla saving.
Yeah.
She wrote, how you present yourself can determine how you feel. And she captioned a mirror selfie in the hospital room that featured her mother, Tish, standing behind her and doing her hair. And she said, thank you, Mama, for helping this little sickie look a little bit better.
Mama.
By brushing my...
Mama.
My... God.
So gross.
so gurgly.
It's not getting better.
Mama, we're gonna go help the gorillas.
She also wrote, redesign my hospital gown.
Maybe she needs to just rest.
The final post saw Miley being
Get in the bed!
Being showered, and this is her in bed, showered with love by her friends as she laid in her hospital bed covered with rose petals next to a giant bouquet of bright yellow sunflowers and a large I love you balloon. And she wrote, I love my main gaze.
Well, her boyfriend came to visit overnight, Preston. The stories have been updated.
Wait, who's your boyfriend?
I don't know. He's a mystery man.
Mystery man.
And he's playing guitar for her.
Played acoustic for her, and she's chilling. She's in bed, Steve. So she's resting up.
All right, looks like Danny Glover.
Yeah, it's not Danny Glover. It's a white guy with a beanie on.
That's my bitch.
No.
So she's healing up as we speak.
Well, listen, she's trying to heal for a good cause.
But what a voice.
We all support gorillas.
Mm-hmm. A nervous sex shop customer with a marked resemblance to Elvis Presley is the subject of a manhunt in New Zealand.
Like a double-headed dildo, man.
Police want to speak to the Elvis lookalike in connection with the theft of an imitation vagina from Peaches and Cream Adult Megastore in suburban Auckland.
This one looks just like Scylla.
Staff member Kat Mayer described the man as having black, slick-backed hair and wearing large sunglasses, and in a not very Elvis touch, an orange high-visibility vest.
Look at that vagina, man. That thing's huge.
He had attempted to buy the sex toy, but when his credit card was declined, he said that he was going to go out and get another card. Instead, he snatched the vagina.
Snatched his vagina.
And ran out of the shop. She said
it's called dine and gash.
She said...
That's good.
Thank you, man. That's why I'm the king.
She said it's really frustrating when this sort of thing happens. So rude, and it ruins your day. She said the man tried to distract her. She said he was very energetic and erratic, going around the shop.
I got so much energy, man.
Talking a lot. He brought a sex toy called Like a Virgin up to the counter, but his card was declined.
I ain't nothing but a hound doggy style.
He was really vivacious. She said, I'm not here to judge anyone, but he comes in really vivacious, and he blindsided me. I mean, I look like an idiot, but it happened so quick, and before I know it, he's running off down the street.
Don't beat yourself up. If a guy who's an energetic Elvis comes into your sex shop, you're going to be thrown off.
Local police confirmed that they had received a report of theft at the store, so they are looking for Elvis with a fake vagina. How about one of our favorites, Lindsay Lohan? She seems to be vying for Liam Hemsworth's attention after following his split from Miley Cyrus.
This he played Thor, baby.
No, that was the other.
Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah, this is Liam.
There's two of them?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Liam was in the
Hunger Games.
The Hunger Games. Thank you,
I got
Case.
the wrong one.
Liam appears to be the only single remaining in a quick, fast Hollywood recoupling. Miley has moved on with Caitlyn Carter, who just split from Brody Jenner, who is now with Josie Canseco.
Oh, my God. You know, if he really wants to throw it back in her face, Liam should get with Caitlyn Jenner.
That would be...
What's your name, hot stuff? That would be... Are you Thor? Hunger Games.
That would be wonderful. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm hungry.
Hungry for some games.
Lindsay,
let's play hide the pickle.
So here's what happened. Lindsay hit on Liam in the comments section of an E! News repost of a selfie of Liam and Chris Hemsworth.
Oh, my
OMG.
God. You need a forensic scientist to backtrack this.
Who watches this stuff?
By the way, Lindsay, there was... it's all gone south. The smoking, the hard living. She ruined everything.
So the E! News account captioned the selfie, "It's an age-old debate, Chris or Liam Hemsworth." And then Lindsay responded in the comments, "Why didn't we meet in Sydney or Bondi?" That's it, folks.
Okay.
That's the flirt. That's the big flirt.
There it is, man.
All right.
I got sense and time off.
Liam and Chris.
You can make me a Vegemite sandwich. Because you come from land down under. Women thunder, men plunder.
And Liam and Chris have been hanging in Australia since the split.
Let's hang. Let's pet some dingoes.
So what?
Pet some dingoes.
Oh, pet some dingoes.
What you thought you heard?
I didn't know what that was.
It's Australian.
I heard pants and dingoes.
Pants and dingoes.
It's a great. It's an Aboriginal vaudeville team.
I'm Pants and I'm Dingoes.
Yeah. Break out the didgeridoo. It's time for Pants and Dingoes.
I'm sorry, I didgeridoo.
Yep.
Waka waka waka.
That's the punchline.
Those are the jokes. And then instead of like a slide whistle, this is what they play. The Aborigines like,
Yeah, it's good.
Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Yeah, butter spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe it's
spray,
not
not
butter.
there's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was
don't
more
remember
back in the 80s probably, and if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
Okay. I had a waffle.
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning.
I
Yeah,
mean,
there
do
we go,
you need
Parkway.
butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
you're a man.
If you're a man. No.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
memories.
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
Butter memories.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
that wraps it up.
Butterfest,
Did a show for
1998.
3 years together.
Media Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous,
Provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter.
Yeah.
And I did that, and he died laughing. So.
I was like, what? I wish I would have done that.
On the first sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning.
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
like a fire hose.
No, like
Like spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you would spray your indoor plants.
Like a spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door and do
build your own goddamn
normal, boring pats of butter.
I kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still going to taste good. You're going to get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music, like
yes,
Peter
inspiring.
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. Yeah. See if you can pull that. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh, no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter squareless waffle boy.
Butter squareless waffle boy.
Or something to that effect.
It's a butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it!
Give away the last of our passes for the Cream of the Scream, stop number 2, Base Motel Haunted Hayride tonight at 6 o'clock.
Such a good time.
It's going to be a beautiful night tonight.
Yes,
by the way.
absolutely.
Just cloudy skies, a little bit cool, perfect for getting your ass
funk on
destroyed by being scared. Why did I just say get your ass destroyed?
What the hell are they doing down there?
It's terrifying.
There's Bynes Motel will rip your butthole to shreds. You'll be crapping blood for a month.
3 callers right now.
Look at that. It's my sphincter.
What happened? 263 WMMR. Oh, my God. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
You know him from movies and streaming shows, and of course, one of the best podcasts in the world. And we're happy he's back in town. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Maron is here. Hey, Mark.
Am I on? Is it on?
It is on.
And comedy. They know me from comedy.
They do.
All
That's
right.
why you're at the Miriam tonight, man. We were checking our records, and I think the last time you came by for a visit was in our studio in 2012.
I know. Look at us all turning old. Look at a bunch of old men now.
That's why you got to shave your head.
Mother's Day is almost here, and whether you are shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whoever it might be, Family and Company Jewelers has the best selection. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Caroline Schwitzky, famous for appearing on 90 Day Fiancé, survived an alleged murder attempt by her boyfriend after witnesses say he tried to drown her. Schwitzky has reportedly been inspired by the incident and is shopping a new show called 90 Days to Kill Your Fiancé. NBC News social media catching hell for identifying current Jeopardy champ Mattea Roach, who now ranks as the 8th all-time winner, as simply a lesbian tutor. NBC's social media team was roundly criticized earlier this year for identifying Martin Luther King as, quote, a black dude.
Oh, my God.
And finally, this season of The Masked Singer has reportedly been plagued with security issues, causing their security guards to get overly aggressive with the paparazzi. On Wednesday, a Masked Singer security guard emptied a clip into a photog, attempting to take a picture of Rachel Ray in a skink costume. That's your Hollywood trash.
All right, we'll see if somebody knows the answer to this question. And it is as follows. What is the name of the intergalactic spacecraft that Caitlyn Jenner created? 215-263 WMMR, and I will go to Louie. Hey, Louie, good morning.
Good morning. I want to eat, goddammit.
I love it.
I like that.
Louie, what's the name of the spacecraft that Caitlyn Jenner created?
The Jenner Sphere?
The Jenner Sphere. Yep, I want you to hang on because you just got yourself a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. You can spring into seasonal specials at Bonefish Grill and enjoy jumbo shrimp skewers.
Skewers!
Prepared in a light citrus herb marinade or wood grilled salmon capris with gnocchi. And you can try pairing it with a refreshing strawberry citrus martini.
I want that salmon capris.
Visit Bonefish. I want the gnocchi. Visit bonefishgrill.com to reserve your table today.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Mother's Day is almost here, and whether you are shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, or whoever it might be, Family and Company Jewelers has the best selection. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. We're going to start with this. Today is WMMR's 54th birthday. Yes, 1968. On this date, this radio station was born, and we will have... I'll let you finish.
Kathy loved that. That was her idea.
Beautiful. That's never been done before.
No, never.
I'm glad you saved it for a special occasion.
Oh, it's beautiful. 54th.
Yeah.
54th is the gastric birthday.
I am the same age as this radio station.
Yeah.
I was born only a few months before. So in celebration, Pierre is doing something special. He's going to replay that, first of all.
I'm sure.
But today he's going to start from as soon as he gets in here till 3 o'clock. He's hosting the MMR You Call It birthday party. So think Jackie Bam Bam's You Call It Friday.
I love that.
With a special nod to the radio station and music, songs, moments, things that tie you with this station and your relationship to it and your life with it. And you can not only request songs, but, your favorite classic station IDs and things like that.
It's wonderful to be. I mean, you were, your lifespan is the span of this station, Preston, and to be able to hear stories like we heard last night. A couple of people at the CORA event came up who've been, listening to MMR forever, and they tie different things that have happened in their lives to events and things that happen on the show and so on and so forth. It's an honor to be a part of this.
Yep, exactly. So Pierre will be in here shortly to get that underway. Also have other news. Ozzy Osbourne has been diagnosed with COVID, according to his wife, Sharon. We have a clip of her speaking of that.
Yes.
So let's roll that.
Ozzy was diagnosed, but I spoke to him and he's okay. I am very worried about Ozzy right now. We've gone 2 years without him catching COVID, and it's just Ozzy's luck he would get it now. I will hold him and kiss him, but with about 3 masks on, I think. My family's my life.
He's compromised because he has the Parkinson's condition.
Yeah, and a bunch of other issues throughout the years as well. He's had staph infections, pneumonia, all kinds of things. So,
Well, Angela, what does she mean she talked to him? So
she's here, and she's working on this new show at Piers Morgan in England.
Oh, okay.
And they're going to move. Moving,
Yes.
yeah, because of that, right?
Right.
All right, so here's the second clip.
I can't believe my luck. I'm missing the show. I've only been there 3 days. I can't believe it, but I will be back. I know I will. It'll take me a week to get my old man back on his feet again, and I will be back in a week.
All right, so we'll
And she
see.
just had the story. I mean, obviously that pales by comparison, but was revealing that she had this plastic surgery that didn't quite go right.
I was just going to say, look at her face. She looks different.
Yeah,
Yep. She had said it went bad and they need to get it fixed. Yeah, it does not look that good. And plus, she's crying in this clip too, so that never helps. All right, Game of Thrones actress Esme Bianco has expanded her sexual assault lawsuit against Marilyn Manson by filing a motion Wednesday in Los Angeles federal court claiming that Manson blocked a video of her that was to be used during the Deftones' current tour as a part of their stage set. And in the new filing, Bianco alleges that Manson convinced Deftones to remove her image from the video in retaliation, which deprived her of the opportunity for exposure and income. Fred Sablin, Deftones' current touring bassist, is a former member of Manson's band. Bianco's is just one of several women who have been accusing Manson of sexual assault over the last year. So we'll see if that goes anywhere. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Chad Smith, says that they will celebrate the life of Taylor Hawkins at the upcoming New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival on Sunday, May 1st. The Chili Peppers are filling in for Foo Fighters, who canceled all concerts for the rest of the year after Hawkins died. Smith told Billboard, we're taking Allison, his wife, with us.
Aww.
And it's going to be a celebration.
That's great.
He said that's what she wants. She doesn't want it to be anything other than that. Let's celebrate music. Let's celebrate our friends. Let's celebrate Taylor. And this is what he would want. And he would be very happy that you guys are playing. And he would want it to be nothing but a positive experience, she said. So he said, so we're going to do that. And she's going to be a part of that. And I'm very honored that we can do that with her. And we're going to play our hearts out. Metallica have released an addition to their blackened American whiskey line. The new liquor, great name, by the way, Ride the Lightning is what it's called, named after, obviously, their 1984 album, Ride the Lightning, was crafted using low hertz frequencies from the band's music to vibrate the barrels.
It's a gimmick, but it's cool.
It is.
Yeah.
According to Rob Dietrich, master distiller for the whiskey line, Metallica's Rye the Lightning is crafted from Kentucky straight rye whiskeys, aged between 5 and 8 years, and then finished in Madeira wine and Caribbean rum casks for 2 to 14 weeks each. The tasting notes include dried fig, hay, pine wood, pear, and rum cake on the nose, as well as clover, honey, mint, corn husk, sugarcane, walnut, and cinnamon.
It's amazing for this is your spirit, right? You're
bourbon. Yep,
So
bourbon and rye. Yeah.
Right. So that these very subtle ingredients go into creating something that, to me, whenever I've tasted, I don't drink at all, but it seems like you're hitting a brick wall. This stuff is very powerful.
I can't pick up all these notes. I will every now and then go, wow, okay, that's kind of caramelly or maybe a little bit of vanilla or something like that. But corn husk.
Yeah. Is there a little bit of ginichetti in this?
Hay, pine wood, clover, honey. But there are people who have very refined palates, and they test them. And they make a lot of money, by the way. And they will take a test to see, they will know exactly what has gone into the making of these spirits, and then they will test them on it. They grade these, and if they come back and get a certain amount correct, then they're considered to have a very sharp palate. And
I would not be good at that.
They therefore are really good at reviewing these things and being a taste tester for different brands. The sonic enhancement process for this liquor, though, involves barrels being placed in a room while the band's music is played through special speakers. For this specific batch, listen to this. There's a local tie. Metallica's 2012 Orion music performance in Atlantic City is what they used to rock the barrels. The Ride the Lightning portion of that set marked the only time the band had ever played that album live in its entirety. So that's why they went with that particular recording.
It's right up there with Kiss putting their blood into the ink for the comic books and all that other stuff.
Totally.
Yeah.
All right, and then finally, just a reminder, because we were talking about Froggy this morning when we had Kevin Smith on. Kevin Smith has added Froggy, their song 7-Eleven Nachos, to the Clerks III film in the movie, not just the soundtrack, in the movie.
It's amazing.
And they're going to be playing the Preston and Steve side stage at the MMRBQ, along with Jackie Bam Bam's Party Deck. He's going to be spinning a set, maybe a couple of sets, actually. And we're doing live band karaoke with Sidearm. And yes, you can end up being a singer in that band. All you have to do is go to WMMR.com. We have a list of songs. You make a video of you singing some of that song, post it on social media, use the hashtag MMRBQ. We'll find it. We'll listen to it. We'll pick 10 singers to be there. And each winner will get 4 MMRBQ tickets as well.
Hey,
so take advantage of it.
Do we know how the girls responded when they heard
from Froggy?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't even know if and they had to have been told, right?
Yes.
I don't know. No.
Yeah, because would that not rock your world?
That would rock my world.
Yeah.
One of them was listening this morning and posted on the Instagram there, on the Froggy the Band is their Instagram handle, and so they are aware for certain. I don't know which girl that is, however.
Okay. It says, thanks so much, that Kevin Smith, for the love on Preston and Steve show this morning. Hell yeah. And just remember, it was Casey's idea. He's the one that let Kevin know about that. So, all right, there you go. That's music news for you this morning. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to wrap it up, and our Word of the Week prize is given away when we return.
Ageless bald man.
Exactly.
How old is that Buddha?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you look good, Buddha.
Yeah.
But
I don't know when it happened to me though. Like I'm just starting to notice it now. For years,
you
I was
look
like,
good though. No, you look good. I'm going to say I'm going to put you in the age-defying category, and I think because you have an iconic mustache.
Oh, is that what's happening?
I think that's it. Yeah.
I finally have an iconic mustache.
Yes, I think because you can be drawn with your facial hair. You're in one of the rare class of people, celebrities, who can be defined by their facial hair. Just in a sketch.
I used to do the sort of a soul patch zapper thing. Now I got some. Now I got a full beard going. But I think I just noticed it a couple weeks ago. I think I slept one might have been last Wednesday. I woke up old. Like I feel like everybody hits that moment where you look you look at yourself in the mirror and you're like, it happened. I don't know when it happened.
Do you know what it is? It's like sometimes. Why does that jiggle now?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is.
Are you jumping up and down in front of the mirror? Look at me. It's all going. It's all jiggling.
That's it.
Something hurts that didn't hurt before.
That's happening.
And the time to recover takes longer.
Yeah, if you ever do recover, it's the living with the hurting. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I guess my toes are like that now. Yeah, but I feel all right. I think so.
You're in good shape. You've remained in good shape for quite a while.
It takes work, man.
You know, I was watching, Mark, a documentary just over last weekend on Sam Kinison, and you go back to that. And I think of all the ways, and knowing you were going to be in, the bizarre, fluidity of life, and you're in that prominently.
I was.
Yeah, you're mentioned many times. Yeah, in the beginning. So the
where's this on?
Yeah, it's Prime or something. So,
Yeah.
but long story short, if you look at your career the way it's firing now, it's got to be wild to be where you were back then, to gone through all you've gone through.
Yeah.
The book is out. Waiting for the punch.
Yeah.
The shows, the podcast, interviewing the president, all of this stuff. Do you have time to take a breath and absorb it all, or do you just keep going?
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm experimenting with experiencing peace of mind. And happiness, because I'm told it's beneficial to us, and that's what we're working towards.
Yeah.
It does get to a point where because things turned around for me. Not later in life. I'm not 70, but I mean, my success came in my 40s.
Yeah,
and it does make a difference. I know people are like, they say, does success really make a difference? Yes.
Yeah,
it does make a difference in terms of, because you spend so much time committed to something. Like with comedy, I mean, that's all I wanted to do, and that's all that I really am. And when you do that, after a certain point, there's no plan B. You get 20 years into something, and all of a sudden you're like, well, I could always... Oh, man.
Yes, you're exactly right.
There's nothing there. What the last job I had was a really legit job. I was a grill cook, in college, I think, before I committed to comedy. Or I worked at a coffee shop somewhere. So it's not lost on me that it's sort of amazing that I've pulled it out in the second half here. But I am trying to appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to do nice things. I'll go ahead and fly first class if that's okay. And,
yes,
and the other
treat yourself, because you don't want to be that guy who shuns all.
No, I don't. But I also have that brain of a comic where it's sort of like, I don't know when this money's going to go away. I don't know when the work's going to dry up. I don't know if I'm going to get that club date.
Right.
And I still have that survival kind of mindset.
Do you know what was very, very telling was, and I always reference it because I think it's probably as true a thing as you'll ever see, is Joan Rivers in her documentary right at the end there. She had her book, her schedule, and there was open space, even at her career, with the way everything was going. I got to fill it in. It's a day open. I got it. Right. So it never leaves you, does it?
It doesn't. No.
Yeah.
But I'm always pretty busy. I'm like doing the comedy, and then I do the TV show now, the Glow Show. We got one more season of that.
It's a great show.
Yeah, it's a fun show. And then the podcast
and Joker. All the stuff. I mean, that's.
I got a hot, like a tight 40 seconds in Joker.
Hey, you got more than Brian Callen.
Callen's like, is that him?
Yeah. Yeah, he got more than Gary Goldman.
No, Gary Goldman was kind of featured, but he's doing his act.
Yeah, I love him, by the way.
Well, it was funny because there's this whole thing where I did it was a longer scene with me and De Niro. It wasn't the whole movie, but we did a walk and talk thing heading up to the dressing room where we enter, and that's the scene in the Joker. But there's a whole other thing where I'm like, how you doing? What's going on? Let's not do this.
They excise that?
Well, because I asked the guy, Todd Phillips, I said, before I saw the movie, I said, am I in it? Did I make the cut? He goes, well, we cut the walk and talk. And I was like, all right. He goes, we had to, because he said, there's not a scene in that movie that doesn't involve the Joker.
Yeah.
So it's completely from his point of view, or he's always in every frame. So anything that didn't involve him, that he wasn't in, they took out. And it made sense to me.
Okay.
And he said that one, like that scene, that walk and talk, had nothing to do with Joker. So they really...
I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, it made sense.
You had a funny observation on Colbert you were talking about.
Because I mean, I get this opportunity.
It's De Niro. It's freaking De Niro.
Well, people I'm fairly critical of Marvel movies, and I get, I've gotten a lot of pushback.
Well, as you can see, we're fans.
But I get a lot of pushback from the grown male nerd community.
Yes.
Has it gets very mad at me. But when they found out I did Joker, they're like, "No, you're a hypocrite," and they're very excited that they think they won something.
Yeah.
But
we got him. We converted him.
No, they were like, this guy's opinion means nothing.
Right.
He's a sellout. but the bottom line is, you get a call from your agent, and they're like, you want to do a scene with Joaquin and De Niro? I'm like, it's in a comic movie. I'm like, no, I didn't. Yes, of course. What am I? Of course, I'm going to do that.
Yeah. Right.
So, all right. Can I ask you what your stance is on these comic movies? Because are you up there with like how Bill Maher feels about them?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Bill has a tone.
Yeah.
That's delicate. That's delicate.
And I don't know if I'm within that tone.
Okay.
I mean, I think you could put me in the mildly condescending.
Right.
Sure. I have a problem with it culturally because I do believe that there's a fanatical sort of commitment to them. I do believe that because of their popularity, they do push out other entertainment options. And I do believe that, I don't know that as a grown-up, I've earned this age that I'm at. I don't want to feel sort of bullied to go see children's movies.
Okay. So I understand that. I understand that
because people who like those movies, even if they're grown-ups, they're sort of like, come on. They're almost like missionaries for them. There's just like a bunch of Disney stooges, who are trying to tell you it's like this is their life.
Well, right. I've been a fan throughout all my life, and so it attaches to pivotal moments of my childhood.
That. Sure.
But I understand it's the same way vegans try to push, the whole thing. And I
think one is more healthy. Like I don't think you're getting any health benefits from the Avengers movies. Well, Batman's like the DC Marvel's different. And I've used that joke. Like when people were like, "Yeah, you're doing it's a DC movie." So, it's a little darker, a little more grown up. A little more grown up. Yeah.
I do understand it because I love the movies. Yeah. I'm not a comic book guy. I didn't read the comic books growing up, so I don't have this like long vested interest in like, oh my God, it's finally happening.
I think it's a belief system.
Right.
I mean, these guys have been reading. Go ahead.
But no, my wife doesn't watch any of them, and I tried to have.
I think that's something a lot of men say.
But I tried to have this argument with her. I'm like, no, it's really, really great cinema. But now, like hearing you talk, I'm like, okay, you know what? Listen. You're allowed to not be into them, and I need to just kind of like drop it right then and there. Like, okay,
wow, I think if this feels like some sort of peace talk.
We've made a breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to drop it right there. That's interesting. You sure you don't want to get online with an army of your peers?
No,
and talk
it's
about
too much work, man.
That's an argument nobody's ever going to win. So that's what gets me is why have that argument? Maybe just for the catharsis of having the argument itself.
No, I tell you why. And my producer Brendan has explained this to me is because this is a group of people that were sort of marginalized in a way. The nerds were always sort of the brunt of the joke.
Yeah.
And now they own culture.
They do.
And they're not going to let it go. So anybody that's going to start pushing at it, they're like, no! And it's always shrill and awkward, and they're having feelings.
Well, you look at, like, Scorsese just caught.
I think that was a reasonable
and he's
assessment.
just saying, listen, if Martin, you certainly have to entertain Martin Scorsese's view on things. At its basic core, it's fun. That's what it is. It's a diversion. It's a harkening back nostalgically for childhood.
Right.
But it's not a I don't want to leave childhood. But I know what you're saying.
I get bored.
Yeah.
I'm bored.
Right.
You know what I mean? The stories are simple, and I get it. Like I know they're like you got to see the one with Hugh Jackman and what's that
Logan.
one? If you want to start, because I'm going to try to watch some.
Work week. That's what it is. All right, 10:46 on a Friday, and the Preston and Steve Show coming to a close. And I have good news. We have a new Daily Rush video that's out from this very morning.
Amazing.
The lesson question we had earlier about the Jenner spear is now a Daily Rush video. So it's the Jenner spear and the zombie Kardashian lips. Kardashian lips. It says the undead have risen, but thankfully Captain Caitlyn Jenner is bringing the Jenner spear out of the hyperspace. You can follow us on Instagram for our first look at the Daily Rush videos. It's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet, and you can learn more at xfinity.com. And a little snippet from today's program, video-wise, for you to see. You want to get the whole thing, everything that took place on the show, just follow us on YouTube, and we have the video that we stream live every day now, which is pretty awesome. So you can take a peek at what was going on. That would include our interview with Mr. Kevin Smith, who's on today. We did a good 45 minutes, asked 2 questions, and we had it all. He was great today.
Was he really smoking a doobie?
Yes,
he was.
He was firing it up. Yeah,
wow,
it was great. So,
and he has his own product lines right there of just stuff that his own cannabis and.
I can't imagine doing that, first of all, and then having an intelligent conversation, secondly of all. And he did both.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, very bright guy, but like you said to me off the air yesterday, you sort of just start him and he goes, right?
Oh, it's it. It's a great interview. You don't have to prepare at all. How's it going, Kevin? Boom.
What'd you have for breakfast?
You were off
and running.
Yeah, so that was cool. It was nice having him on. Hey, well, you got a lot going on today, so let's get to the letter of the day, all right? Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
D is in dog.
All right, and caller number 6, you dirty dog.
Dirty dog.
You are the winner, 215-263 WMMR, if you know the word of the week. So caller number 6 is the one that we will take. Let's get on that now. So, I mentioned earlier MMR's birthday, and you're celebrating in fine fashion today. I love your rock and roll animal T-shirt today.
When I came here in 1981, the monkey was the logo, and the green was the color. This dark green. I don't know what kind of
like a hunter green. Or I don't know. Maybe it's a little too dark for that.
And then on the back, it says animal.
Animal,
It's
93.3.
awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, in that what is now a retro font.
Yeah.
And this is the original shirt, though, from...
You have held on to it.
This is my second T-shirt I got. Maybe late 81, 82.
It's an excellent
And may I
shape.
commend you, because about 15 years ago, that wouldn't have fit on you, my man.
No, it wouldn't have. I lost 55 pounds, and I never threw it away. And I said, I wonder. And I pulled it out of the archive file, the archive T-shirt drawer, and lo and behold, it fit. And I go, holy S.
It's funny, though, stuff that looks retro now looks really cutting edge and cool. Yeah, it definitely pops. It looks great.
Anytime I can look cutting edge, I'm only too happy to. But no, it's gonna be a fun day. I only know where we're gonna begin and probably where we will end, and the rest of it will be just as we go.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. But like you had mentioned earlier at the beginning of Music News, if you have an MMR memory that you can tie into your request, so much the better. If not, that's all right too. Or you might have a bit if we can find it. It might be a bit from Preston and Steve, in which case I may run and find Marissa. where did that time they
Ranch dressing.
Right,
Casey's
ranch
Pizza
dressing.
ranch dressing or something. Yeah.
What number anniversary are you guys at now?
Oh, God, what
We always lose track.
17.
Yeah.
17 in
So,
next month.
at
yeah.
MMR.
Okay, so when we hit your 20th, they did a thing for my 20th. We've got to do something big for your 20th.
That'd be nice.
I think it would be most appropriate. We could give you a Volkswagen van.
Ooh,
Yes.
I know one right down the street that's ever so slightly challenged, but it's beautiful looking.
It is glorious.
It just is a fire hazard and a death trap. with that minor exception, it's totally fine. So it's a lovely thing. Anyway,
It's
on the
completely
program-
street legal in other countries.
Yeah, Brazil.
Cuba. It's great in Cuba. So head right down there. And it'll float there, too. So put a sail on it, and you're good to go. The SS Minerva might hit an iceberg, but with that exception, you'll be fine. Anyway, so we'll be doing all these requests, and, we'll just have fun. I don't really know where it's going to go.
That's the way to approach it, because it's a 54th, so it's not like it's, but it's still fun and it's still amazing and it's still something to be celebrated that here's this station after so many decades doing what it did from day one.
Well, what you said, Steve, it's an honor for all of us to be here, because, you guys talked about your experience coming here, and mine was the same, and it didn't start when any of us arrived here. It started, in 1968 as only one show a night from 6 till 10 or 11 o'clock at night, called the Marconi Experiment, with this guy, Dave Herman, who came down from New York to do it. He didn't even have records. He thought they'd have a full record library, because the station was only it was on tape. It was the bastard stepchild of WIP. AM, 610 AM, was a Sinatra, Tony Bennett kind of a station.
Right.
And so they had the FM frequency, which they got at the same time they got licensed, but they just said, we'll just put it on tape. And then they said, well, let's try, this rock thing seems to be happening.
So the outside of that one block of programming, the format was kind of just Sinatra and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was, but singers of that era.
Perry Como,
Dean Martin.
When did the call letters come along? Any idea?
it was WMMR. I don't know when.
Metro Media, right?
Well, yeah, Metro Media was the company that owned it and owned 6 stations across the country.
So they called. So okay, so I got you. WIP was the AM,
right?
And then they got the FM, and they were running the same programming. So that you have to have different call letters for AM and FM. They're different radio stations. Right. So it was WMMR from the start. Then I guess. When they picked up the calls, but they probably called it WIP.
We have a picture of you guys near, and it says WIP FM.
Right.
And so I think it was WIP FM. I think it was somewhere around 67, 68 that they started, Metro Media started these rock and roll stations.
Mm-hmm.
K-Met was in Los Angeles. WMET, using the Met in Chicago. WMMS, the Metro Media in Cleveland, which is still there, but not quite up to snuff. KSAN, where I started in San Francisco, the legendary NEW, AM and FM in New York, and MMR in Philadelphia.
Okay.
So that was how it began, Metro Media.
Wow. All right.
Love it.
Well, let's get a winner here, and then we'll get ready to hand the reins over to you. Hey, Scott, you were on the air. Good morning.
Hey, rim job.
We'll see if we can find that for you because we need to hear that on the way out. Scott, what's the word of the week, please?
I believe it's loved.
Metro Media!
That is correct, my man. We are going to set you up with a Buena Vista Ultimate Summer Tailgate Party Pack. 4 cases of Stone Brewing's Buena Vista, a variety case of other Stone Brewing beers, 3 Buena Vista branded cornhole sets, a Stone Brewing Easy Up tent, Stone Brewing flags, and a bunch of Buena Vista t-shirts, and a frame job. This summer, enjoy Stone Brewing's Buena Vista, a Baja-inspired Mexican lager brewed with sea salt and lime. And you can check them out at find.stonebrewing.com to find Buena Vista near you. So you're good to go with the tailgate party, Scott.
That's awesome. Happy birthday, guys.
Thanks, man. We appreciate that. Hang on the line, bud. We'll get your information. We'll set you up with that prize. So that's the entire show is about that today, right?
And I will have some Tommy Conwell tickets to give away. Jackie's hosting his show tomorrow at Ardmore Music Hall. And the concert cash at noon and 2 p.m. So that too.
Excellent. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought today by Acme. From city to shore, Acme has everything that you need to prep for the summer season. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Coors Light, made chill. Please enjoy responsibly. And Trinity Rehab. They can help you get rid of your pain. No prescription needed. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week on the program, just a few things we have in store. We'll have actor Rory Culkin on.
Nice.
Comedian Dan Soder will be joining us. Good friend of the show, Mark Summers, will be on the program. And we're sending Kathy out of the studio for Kathy's Cut.
Hey! Monday.
The return of that.
Yep, Monday morning.
Does happen on Monday, yep. Any, did those slots still full?
Yeah, so I at this point it's closed, and we have all of the slots that are filled and at the 2 locations, and yeah, we'll be there Monday morning starting 6 a.m.
Love it. All right, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great weekend. Happy birthday, MMR.
Hey!
And we'll see you later, guys. Bye-bye.